Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
As long as they're talking about you, right? I mean, that's what matters.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
this
I guess.
day and age.
I guess
it's not, and you made a really good point earlier that you got to be really narcissistic to make everything about you. If you're Brittany Griner and these girls, right?
Right.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
May 29, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Hope everything's going well. Hope you're having a good day.
Are you having a great day, sir?
I'm having a great day. Yes, I am. Well, kind of.
I feel the good vibes over here.
Isn't it Bubba and Friends in the morning now?
Oh, jeez.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Oh.
And that's the show that you've always appeared on. Until you try to, well, you know what? What should we call it then? Since you,
I never wanted to change the name of the show. By the way,
I mean, wouldn't that be an inference of you asking me? Isn't it Bubba and Friends in the morning? That would be somewhat. That would be somewhat of a smart ass, schmarmy, shovel faced, over-toothed, shot that you're taking at me, that I'm narcissistic and the show is named after me, much like our best of promo that we played prior to starting the show. You were insinuating that. So what would you call this show? It's had a 40-year run, 39-year run, in some instances very successful, and in other instances not. It's always been the Bubba the Love Sponge show. So what would you change now on its going on its 40th year?
Probably something like Alpha Male 4-Hour Power Show or something like that.
Alpha Male 4-Hour Power Show. Like the guys on the job site can tell you that that's what they're listening to.
Bubba, what are you listening to?
The Alpha Male Power Shower
4-Hour Power Show.
I'm listening to some Power Shower show.
Oh.
It's like, you know Bubba the Love Sponge?
It's about 4 hours of not being a bitch.
Hold on. You know Bubba the Love Sponge?
Oh, yeah, I love Bubba the Love Sponge.
He's the host of it. And so
the host of what?
4-Hour Power Shower show. And for some reason, he's such a little bitch now that he let this schmarmy shovel-faced attorney talk him into being a woke little bitch. And instead of making the show, like, by the way, he almost hit his 40th anniversary. And right before the 40th anniversary, they changed it to the 4-Hour Power Hour show with friends and family.
I remember when Bubba was a real man's man.
Yeah, and had strippers, urinating in coffee cans, and
But Bubba, can he infer, like insinuate that that you're a narcissist and everything without you.
How can
Because
you
I don't
not-
think he wants to. I don't think he wants to change the name of the show.
I never wanted to change the name of the show.
Here's the deal. How can anybody that's successful and has a program that they developed
Michael Rucker, $25 for Bubba and Friends.
It's a cash cow.
how can anybody from from Howard Stern to Jim Rome to Joe Rogan, how can anybody, I mean, all of those examples that I mentioned,
Roseanne.
named after themselves, how can anybody that has a successful program that they started organically themselves, and over the years people come and go, but the one consistent thing is them? How can you have to be somewhat narcissistic in order to be exceptionally good at what you do?
Completely true.
If you're in the 5% club of 5, you're better than 95% of what you do in your profession. You have to be. You gotta have. Some people call it swagger.
Neil
Some
Mount Plaisir, $50, Bubba and Friends.
Bubba and Friends.
So in order to be successful and 95% of better than the other one, people got dudes that are mixing cement and nailing nails and doing radio shows and providing visual content and playing quarterback for a professional football team. You can't be some little woke ass mealy mouthed, this isn't on me, I take responsibility, this is my brand. You just can't. You if you're not somewhat narcissistic, you're not going to be successful.
I agree.
I mean, just that's my opinion. I mean, you don't get a quarterback and be like, well, I think we're gonna really do good this week, and we've prepared, but the other team's really good and everything. Hell no.
No, you got to cut a quarterback cutting a promo. Tell me another quarterback who's ever thrown 14 passes in a game and not even come close to missing one. Tell me that. Tell me. And you got an assistant behind you. You're like, right, Lummy? And he's like,
right.
Nope.
gotta
You're
have
the
a hype
best
man.
quarterback ever.
Listen, all narcissistic hosts have people that back up his narcissism. You idiot. Talk about. Hold on. Talk about. This goes right into my first topic. Talk about narcissistic. This is.
People say narcissistic all the time. I don't think it's even a bad thing anymore. I think everybody's.
It's not to an extent, but it is. It is when you as a parent have converted your fat little. Lummy, how old is the Rizzler?
I think he's 8 now.
Oh, God, you're back on the Rizzler hate.
Oh, my
Babyface,
God.
This is all your
The
fault, by the
Rizzler's just
way.
living his life,
I know.
man.
This is all my
I'm
creation.
telling you right now, man, I hate the Rizzler. I've never hated. What's his? He's 8, 11.
Yeah, I believe he's 8 years old.
You need to
I
challenge him to SmackDown when it comes to Tampa.
He's 9 now. Sorry, Bubba, he's 9.
I legitimately,
Oh, it can happen.
legitimately hate him. I hate him.
Why? Can you legitimately tell us why you hate him?
Because he doesn't have a skill set.
You don't need a skill set to be known. I don't know. What is this unwritten rule that you have to be some sort of wild talent?
Because maybe I'm a little bit jealous that I at one time was 8 and fat, and I didn't think about rubbing my chin and the entire world going crazy over it. My God.
Well, now we're getting to
he has aura.
He has fat.
You had aura, man.
So anyway, and listen, shame on us as a society for putting this person in the position that he's become.
Dude.
And everybody just go crazy over some fat ass kid that rubs his chin. That's all he does. He has no other. I mean, you see some 9-year-olds that can play basketball real well, and they can they're real smart, and they're highly educated, and you can see that they're like in the upper 1 or 2% of intellect, and you can see other 9-year-olds that do other fantastic things that no other 9-year-old. But when you do something, when your gimmick is something that any human being that's not in a wheelchair and paralyzed can do, then how special is that attribute enough so that the entire world goes just out of their mind over this little fat ass?
It's lightning in a bottle, Bubba. Some things you can't explain. You can't sit down and write a hit song. It just happens. Okay.
Here we go.
Thank you.
You tell me that I'm gonna play this.
All right.
I'm gonna play this, and you tell me that you just scratch your head and say, "How in the hell? Who marketed what?" I just.
But it goes back to you saying that you're jealous that you were fat, Nate, and you didn't have a skill set.
I think if every one of us, if we were to be honest, if we're gonna sit here and just be honest, and we all would say, "Listen, at 9, I could have done the very same thing, but it was a different world back then, and people weren't so stupid to like. If at 9, when I was 9, if I tried to pull this off and make like this was a big deal, people would laugh at you, be like, "Hey, Bubba Clem, go back home, you fat ass. That's nothing special. Take a baseball and throw it right down the middle at 57 miles an hour. Now that's special."
But there's a wild range of 9-year-olds that we could put between when you were 9 and when the Rizzler's 9. There's so many different things that could be going on.
I could have been the Sizzler.
I think anybody. I think most adults are disgusted by this.
I mean, Bubba, you made it. I mean, it's not like you're like a struggling artist. I mean, you were at the top of your game.
Not at 9, I wasn't. At 9, I was just whatever. A 9-year-old.
Would you have wanted to peak at 9? Because that's what this kid's doing.
You know what?
Understand that, right?
I hope this kid by the age of 15 is homeless and living on the streets.
Holy hell, man! This is not. I don't think you can wish ill upon a 9-year-old in this country.
We got upon kind of a religious, kind of deal yesterday, Lummy.
Yes, we did.
I will completely flip-flop my religion talk by saying, "Dear Jesus, I do believe in you, and I do believe that you died for my sins, and if you can work miracles, you will make this kid in like Skid Row by the age of 15.
I hope that when Jared from Subway gets out of prison, he runs into the Rizzler.
Oh.
You said your problems? I'm here to give you free advice.
How can I?
Tell me that just doesn't. No, hold on. If there's anybody in this room that says otherwise, you're a effing liar. If this doesn't rub you the wrong way and then shows you this is exactly what's wrong with society.
When I was 10, I had that same chain and Nick's charm, by the way. And I wasn't as chubby as him, but.
Hey, newsflash.
I bet you did.
Hey, newsflash. Your Knicks are down 3 games to 1.
The comeback will be all the more amazing.
Oh,
Willis Reed's coming out tonight.
Yeah, try this Whistler stuff in Indianapolis and watch him boo your fat ass right out of Cambridge Arena.
I saw what Pat McAfee did. He cut a promo on him.
That was actually a pretty damn good promo.
That was pretty good.
It was a pretty damn good promo, and the Pacers gave him a lot of liberty. I mean, like, that was usually you can't call somebody a son of a bitch over the PA system.
And he's used the S word, too.
Yeah. So go ahead, Knicks. If this is your special weapon for Game 5,
no, I think he's just wearing Knicks gear. I don't.
No, he says Knicks.
No, I don't think he's. I don't know if he's working.
No, this is a part of the Knicks plan. Trust me, I know the Dolan family. This is all a part of the master plan.
And if there isn't anybody that's listening to this program or anybody that's watching this program by whatever means you're catching this program, if this is this fat little Rizzler kid
he's woke too, Bubba.
He scratches his chin. That's all he does is he just goes, like he's scratching his chin. And everybody just goes absolutely, crazy over him. And if you're not offended by this, then you're a woke little bitch too.
Maybe we can send him down for Whites for Warren.
And your problems? I'm here to give you free advice.
How can I get my money up, not my funny up?
You need to chill, bro.
Should I let my wife get a tattoo of the...
I think he's getting fatter.
He is.
I think
he definitely is.
I mean, I think he's getting fatter.
He is.
Here we go.
Chill, bro.
Should I let my wife get a tattoo of the Rizzler?
Yes.
What would you do if you saw someone with a Rizzler face tattoo? Or a...
Let's go now!
Hitting the gritty. My sister pours her milk before the cereal.
So she pours the milk, then the cereal. That's diabolical, bro.
My favorite coffee shop only offers paper straws.
What's wrong with that?
My mom only lets me use my iPad for 45 minutes.
That's crazy, bro.
What is that in your pocket?
Iced tea.
How do you feel that they're making Arizona more than 99 cents now?
I think they should make it $2.
So you're pro-inflation?
Yeah.
I have a crush on this guy, but he has a Patrick Mahomes poster above his bed.
That's good.
How do you feel about the social and economic state of the world?
What even is that?
No.
Look at that.
He's like a little Bubba. I mean,
all right,
you should
know
be
what?
embracing him.
I'm going to embrace your ass right out of the
He's
studio.
like your
here
Vern
momentarily.
Troyer. He's like your mini-me.
Stop.
Come to daddy.
Stop. Just stop. A lot of your Bubba impersonations and your heat on me makes sense, but stop. Don't put me next to the Rizzler. Come on now.
No, I'm putting the Rizzler next to you.
It's not even funny.
Can we?
I don't act that way. I didn't act that way when I was 9, and I'm a grown man with a radio program, and I do not. This kid will never have anything other than being. You know what? I think he might be the youngest person ever to die of a heart attack.
No.
Oh my God! First of all, I'm sure there's been younger. Second of all, you're wishing death. First, you wished him to be homeless and have a drug addiction. Now you're wishing death upon him.
No, I'm not. I'm not wishing death. I said he could be the youngest person to potentially have a heart attack because the more famous he gets, the fatter he gets. So whatever. But
so you're not rooting for the Rizzler, is what I'm hearing.
I'm completely. What would be opposite? Like I'm pulling for. I want him to fail.
What would you rather see, the Rizzler fail or Diddy go to prison?
Diddy go to prison? Because the Rizzler, listen, eventually society is going to fall out of favor as the kid gets older. He gets less cute. And, that's not going to be, he's not going to be able to pull the scratch.
You think he's going to start getting political and lose half his audience?
No, I think he's going to, continue to try to go with that scratch in my chin gimmick at 12, 13, 14, forever. And I don't think people are going to put up with that. Be like, you know what, kid? That was cute when you were 8 or 9, but it's not funny. And how much more is social media going to change in the, in the 4 or 5 years, in the next 4 or 5 years? I just, in my opinion, he's gonna, like the Island Boys. You know how they kind of flamed out.
Yeah, but I'm looking. He threw out the first pitch in the Mets this year for the 3rd straight year.
Yeah, well, wake me up when he throws out the last pitch of the game. Does something with his life.
Well, whatever.
The Island Boys flamed out real quick.
Yeah, the Island Boys really flamed out.
What I'm saying is, I think
the
that
Island Boys are the brothers that make out for OnlyFans, Bubba. That's a tough place to put the Rizzler at. He's not quite there.
I mean, does any of us think the Rizzler has any social staying power? No. Does any of us think?
I think if he finds a niche like sports or something, he could be like a mini Tony Saragusa.
Yeah,
he already weighs what Saragusa weighed in his last year.
I don't know what the long-term plan for keeping the Rizzler in the limelight is, but I think that he could definitely do some Northeast sports stuff.
Just think he hasn't even gotten into his WWE stage yet, though. So there's a whole new chapter.
Oh my God! In the WWE, and one of those two.
Well, no, he's already been in AEW.
Oh, does he have a card?
I don't know. I didn't know. Daniel Rose says if Bubba wants to meet the Rizzler, he can make that happen.
Tell him.
Can we please have him on the show, Bubba?
No.
Why not?
Because I will be accused of being mean to a kid, and that's going to be more.
But imagine the press.
Back in the day, the old Bubba would have said yes. Let's have the kid on. But this kid's far more popular than me, has a larger following than me, and then I'll be like, listen, you little fat son of a bitch. Why don't you just you have no talent at all. You just rub your little chin and with some smart ass little comments. Be honest. Get on a scale right now. How much do you weigh? 200?
Fat shaving a 9-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
But that might get you. You might get that Rizzler rub, man.
That'll get me Rizzler canceled. Is what it'll get me. It's exactly what it's going to get me.
I mean,
it's going to get me canceled. So let me keep Rizzler off my plate.
Okay. Lummy, let's surprise Bubba let's have a surprise guest once a week.
Let's only interview adults.
Yes, sir.
Because this is an adult program, and I can always stand behind the inappropriate question that I ask my potential guest. My guest is over 18. My guest is considered an adult by legal standards.
So you're taking Joe Exotic over the Rizzler?
All day. Joe Exotic, I don't know what special attribute he has.
He's eccentric.
Yeah, he's eccentric, and he's an adult,
and he legitimately had a tiger farm,
and he's legitimately looking at all these Trump pardons, saying, "How do I figure myself in there? I need to get a hold of that pardon czar that Trump."
Trump let out Larry Hoover.
Yeah, I know. Don't think the pardon czar isn't
coming to town. Pardon czar is coming.
So
I'm sorry.
Lummy, this is the first time that I've seen Martha Sagowski, or whatever her name is.
Yeah, she moved over to Channel 9.
I think she's been at 9 for a while.
Has she?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think this is her last. This will be her last. And when we say about Martha Sagowski, she was this very, very, very fresh-faced, young, hot chick in Orlando television, and she was on one station for years, and then they canned her because she was getting a little bit older, and I think she had triplets or something like that.
Yeah, she's got, I think, 4 or 5 kids.
And the one station kind of timed her out. Well, then Channel 9 picked her up. I think she's over 50. Maybe you can.
She's 55.
She's 55.
She has
now,
6 kids.
She's got 6 kids.
Triplets.
She's 55.
She looks good for a 55-year-old with 6 kids.
No, absolutely. Like, she looks amazing. And so Channel 9 hired her based on, her being a legend in Orlando market. Everybody grew up with Martha Sagowski. And this is the first that I've seen her. There's a news story out of, I think, the Sanford Orlando airport where I guess a kid, maybe a young girl, told an adult they were getting ready to get on the plane that she was fat.
You called her Miss Piggy.
Called her Miss Piggy, which, man, how efficient are you raising your child if your child's just going to blurt out to fat people that they look like Miss Piggy?
I mean, you just call a 9-year-old a little fat ass. I mean, being fair here. I mean, just calling it down the middle.
Fine.
I always thought Miss Piggy was a bad example. She's a pig. I mean, I don't know
Miss Piggy by pig standards is probably pretty hot.
Yeah, I don't know why they always had to go to her.
Name a hotter pig, Babe. No. Charlotte's Web chick. No.
Miss Piggy is like the hottest pig of all. So anyway, Lummy, they did a story because this adult woman slapped this kid.
Yeah.
And they took her to jail, as they should.
I love the airport.
And, the airport, man. Now that they've made airfare so cheap, now used to be, it was kind of, you had to be somewhat affluent to fly. Now, man, it's just, with $49 one-way fares.
All the poors are going to places.
The absolute, the absolute drudge of humanity can fly now, and that's why you're getting this sort of thing. This happens to be.
That's quite a take, by the way, Papa.
He is right.
No one was slapping kids around back in the 80s.
Not on airplanes.
Hold on, Brian. Thank you for backing me when I am right.
Because you're absolutely right. People used to dress up in suits and ties to go on
and they used to smoke on planes too.
Yeah, let's go back to the fun times.
No, let's go
where
back.
You could grab a stewardess by the ass and say, "Hey, sugar tease, get me a Coke, please." And I mean cocaine.
Well, and the flight
let's make flying great again.
And flight attendants had these really nice looking uniforms on, like the flight attendant, and they were all females.
And they had to be skinny.
They had
Group of 25.
And they were women.
And they couldn't be guys, right? They couldn't be guys.
No sausage party in the skies,
and then the other thing that now the absolute lower crust of society, there were 2 things that have changed in our life drastically. One, you had to be somewhat affluent to fly because, like airfare tickets were like, $300-400.
Even in the 80s.
Yeah,
you had to have money to fly.
Yeah, and then 2, cell phones. Used to be, you actually had to be kind of, have a little bit of money because they would charge you by the minute, and only rich people or affluent people had cell phones, and only affluent people could fly. Man, if we could just go back to that, do you know how much better our society would be if you kept all the white trash off the airlines and off the social media? Oh, my God.
Are you putting yourself in that category?
I'm right there on the edge there.
Okay.
I'm not. I used to be so affluent that I had my own plane.
Well, he's going back in time. Yeah, I mean, we're going back in time to when Bubba was rich and he would be at the upper crust,
Well, now he's taking Southwest flights in the middle of the night to Warsaw. I mean, for $29.
Please, it's Allegiant. Please.
No, I would not. I mean, I prefer Allegiant is the.
And I'm trying to sneak on bags that I shouldn't have.
So anyway, this is the first story that I've seen Martha Sagowski cover that would, that potentially we would play. I'm sure. I think she's on I think she's the lead on the 6 and the 11.
Did 55-year-old women look like this when we were younger?
No.
God, no. They look like the Golden Girls.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what I thought.
Blanche and Rose. Not like this. This is insane. Every picture I see of a woman from like the 90s, they look better today. It's nuts.
Chaos on board a Memorial Day flight out of Sanford.
Orlando Sanford Airport police arresting this woman, Christy Crampton, who they say repeatedly hit a child on a plane.
I think she absolutely just didn't. I don't think that she just went one slap on the kid that called her a fat ass. I think she really laid the boots to him.
Yeah, she said I guess she was hitting her with her fist.
Oh, closed fist?
Yeah. I mean,
she went ground and pound on an 8-year-old.
I think she did.
She was also using a water bottle to hit him in the head.
Look at those eyes, though. Looks like she was crushing a few of Bennigan's before she decided to beat his ass.
Charged with felony child abuse.
And listen, I'm not a lawyer, but you are, Brian. Felony child abuse, I gotta think, is a really, really bad rap. If that sticks like that, you're going to prison for that.
She better hope she doesn't have any priors. Yeah.
Right. If she's a first-time offender, maybe she can probationary out. I don't know. But felony child abuse, that to me sounds like about 4 or 5 years.
Slammed his head into the window.
Hold on. Really?
Yeah.
Ashlyn Webb explains what witnesses say led up to the woman being cuffed.
Airport police say they arrested her at the gate after the pilot requested for law enforcement. This arrest report says it all started with the child calling the woman fat and Miss Piggy.
But listen, to stick up for the bad lady, it's happened to me once before. It was when I was in Philadelphia. I've never told this story. I was in Philadelphia working at Q102 doing afternoon drive, probably weighing 305 pounds. Which is
which means 350.
No, I was legitimately 305 pounds. And so I was at this hardware store, trying to look for something. I was trying to fix something back at my apartment, and this little kid kept coming around the corner, and he would stick out his belly like he was Santa Claus. Kind of like do the how you do with your hand, how you hump your belly out, like you know what I'm saying, like.
Yeah, he was protruding.
I don't get it. Can you show us?
I just did on the air.
Oh, okay.
He was going like I had a big belly, like you were going like that.
Yeah.
So he kept doing that to me, and I didn't say anything. And so this little bastard would time it. I think literally this is way before Home Depot and all. I think I was at an Ace Hardware.
True Value?
Scotty's?
Yeah.
True Value. Scotty's, yeah.
Off of City Line Avenue near St. Joe's University. And I'm at this hardware store, and this little kid, whose mom would call him over to her every 5 minutes just to make sure he was
probably so he could suckle the nip for a little milkies.
Well, probably so she could just figure out that he hadn't been kidnapped. So he strategically timed it. I'm looking for a particular fitting, and I'm in a 3-row. I'm trying to find it, and I know it's in one of these 3 rows. And you know how us guys are when we're trying to find our we don't.
It's all about asking for help,
right?
We
don't ask. We don't ask.
We
for
don't.
Help. We usually
we'll spend 3 hours rather than asking for help.
Right.
We will.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Real men.
I better start wasting my time then.
You better start trying to
real men waste their time.
You better start being a real man. That's what you better be, buddy.
I know. I always find the lady in there and ask her.
You don't even try to look. You just go right for her and ask where it's
at.
Well,
if it doesn't have one of those signs in the aisle that says what's down there, I don't know what.
You guys want a pro tip on that now? If you go with Lowe's and you go on the app.
You go on the app. They'll
tell you
exactly
which aisle and section it is at your specific Lowe's.
Oh, you need a road map for some lug nuts,
no,
pussy.
Really, for real. If you go to either Home Depot has it too.
Yes.
It'll say aisle 9,
bin 7 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So I'm looking for this thing. I can't find it. And this little kid has strategically timed it so that when he goes by me, you know how you can strategically tie so that you're going the opposite direction a guy is in the aisle? So 3 times in a row, he blows out he puffs out his cheeks and and calls me fat. Finally,
he said fat, or is he just gesturing?
Gesturing. He didn't.
So he never even actually said the words.
Did not.
He
say
went
it.
Marcel on you, and he was miming it.
Never said the words. Never said the words. So, but on the final time, his mom caught him. Now this is back. I can tell you exactly what year it was in. This isn't back in this is back in 1990.
Oh.
Okay, this is like March of 1990, and I think you could still beat your kids in public back then. I really do. I think you could beat.
Yeah, because people didn't have cell phones to call the cops. They'd have to run to a payphone. Who'd want to do that?
And this woman was they were a Hispanic family, and she caught him doing that on the final and third row. I wasn't going to say anything. I wasn't, and I was just it just validates how fat you are when the kids in society are making fun of you. And so I wasn't going to say anything, but his mom caught him. And she whipped his ass like you wouldn't believe. And at checkout, so I literally got my $1.50 fitting, whatever. It was like I had a leak in like my bathroom sink, and I needed like that elbow kind of thing with some plumber's putty, or
the purple glue for PVC.
So yeah, I need that. And an elbow, and then an O-ring or something like that. And so I'm checking out, and she made him come up and apologize to me and say, and he was still reeling from getting his ass whipped, and he was like, I'm so sorry for what I did. And I go, it's all right, buddy, it's all right. But I've been called fat in public. And I didn't beat the crap out of the kid. And this woman,
true story. That kid went on to be John Fetterman.
So what I'm saying is, man, you can't as an adult. You can have a word with their parents. Say, you know what, your kid's making fun of me. I'm calling me fat and Miss Piggy. And at that point, I think probably the whole situation stems from the fact of there's lack of parenting, because I don't think a kid, like, would Ariana ever do that?
No.
And would Sammy ever do that?
No.
Right. And Walker probably would.
He probably would, yeah. He probably doesn't know better.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
How we doing? Speaking of cash, $20 during Hot Mic. Get your song request in. Me or Seth will sing it. Hell, maybe even Lummy will. They give $20. Will you sing a song, Lummy? Sure. All right.
What about I give you? What about this, Brian? What about I give you like a feeder song? Like the first lyrics, and then we see if you can finish them out.
Oh, don't forget the lyrics. Who do you think you are, Wayne Brady?
Man, what a fucking cocksucker!
Wayne Brady.
I'm trying to fucking make his stupid fucking game.
No, it's a great gimmick, Bubs. I was just making a joke.
Why are you so stiff with me?
Cause man, the people love it.
No, but I don't.
I know, but it's not about you.
So learn. Oh, it's not.
I mean, it is, but it isn't.
So learn how to fucking better juggle it, buddy.
I'll learn to juggle right after you juggle these nuts.
Jesus. All right, I'm gonna go. Blizzard's canceled.
Yeah, I thought that was
Blizzard's canceled.
What do you get for $5? You get the first verse of the song.
You get the notes from Brian's HOA meeting last night.
I'm not even playing the game.
You're gonna protest the game.
I'm not playing it.
You're not. You mean like we're not doing it?
No. Well, the game, my game, where
we have a game today. Mach has a game he put together.
Yeah.
You're gonna play that game, right? Yeah. That's not Babyface. That's.
I'm not playing where my fucking idea where I.
No, I want you to do it. I was fucking joking.
I'm not doing it now.
Oh, now you're gonna deprive the people of great entertainment?
Yeah, maybe you should fucking maybe you should. Think about that before you're mean to me.
Maybe you should self-fillet.
Iggy,
that'd be like you walking in.
Iggy got back.
That'd be like you walking in and have Phoebe has an idea about something, household-wise, and you take a complete shit on it.
Yeah.
And she does it and you think she's gonna give you any ass that night?
No ass.
She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends.
No ass for him.
You no ass, buddy.
I don't understand those rap guys. They only talk to her because
no ass
she's
for
like
you.
A total prostitute, okay? I mean, her butt, it's just so big.
He got voted out of the HOA.
I can't believe it's just so round. It's like out
Hey,
there.
hey, did he get? Did he?
No, but he.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
He did
You
it?
other brothers
He had
can't
an HOA
deny.
meeting
And
last
when a
night.
girl walks in with an itty bitty racing round thing in your face, you get sprung. Want to pull up tough because you notice that butt was stuffed. Deep in the jeans she's wearing. I'm hooked and I can't stop staring. Oh baby, I want to get with ya and take your picture. My homeboys try to warn me, but that butt you got make me so horny. Ooh, rumpa smooth skin. You say you want to get in my Benz? Well, use me, cause ain't that average groupie. I've seen them dancing. To hell with romance and she's sweat. Wet. Got it going like a turbo vet. I'm tired of magazines saying flat butts are the thing. Take the average black man and ask him that. She gotta pack much back. So fellas, yeah? Has your girlfriend got the butt? Hell yeah, tell him to shake it. Shake it. Shake that healthy butt. Baby got back.
I apologize, everybody.
LA face with an Oakland booty. Baby got back. LA face with an Oakland booty. I like them round and big, and when I'm throwing a gig, I just can't help myself, I'm acting like an animal. Now here's my scandal. I want to get you home, and double up, I'm not talking about Playboy, cause silicone parts are made for toys. I want them real thick and juicy, so find that juicy double. Mix lots in trouble, begging for a piece of that bubble. So I'm looking at rock videos, knock knee bimbos walking like hoes. You can have them bimbos. I'll keep my women like Flojo. A word to the thick soul sisters, I want to get with ya. I won't cuss or hit ya, but I gotta be straight when I wanna, till the break of dawn. Baby got it going on. A lot of simps won't like this song, cause them punks like to hit it and quit it, and I'd rather stay and play, cause I'm long, and I'm strong, and I'm down to get the friction on. So ladies, yeah, we'll get you the whole song.
Oh.
How can we get you to put your HOA notes to music?
Yeah, we're going with HOA. I think it's got HOA PSD right now.
Forget
PTSD.
myself, I want you to remind me. I don't want
Who sings that?
the Divinals.
Yeah.
Anybody else? When I think about you, I touch myself. That's they only paid $5. I actually gave him a little more than he took.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Also, BubbaArmyTips.com. And try to go follow us on Rumble. I think, let me just, right out of the bat, we're visually live on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Locals. I think that's the... Am I missed
Twitch?
No, I missed Twitch. And usually we got... And within the Twitch world, there's like the hardcore... Like original, I think doesn't Joe from the West Side hang out there?
Yes, Cable Dog.
Cable Dog hangs out there.
Dave the Slave.
Where does Wags hang out at?
I've seen him on YouTube.
Where's Wagsy hang out at?
YouTube and Rumble. He bounces back and forth.
How you do, Waggy? Wags just texted me and said, if we could only have the airsoft parameters around when Brian starts his nonsense. Actually, he's as much as it's irritating, it's impressive. Because, Brian, it's my understanding that you're not pulling up lyrics. I don't think you are. And I want you to be just honest. I think that's all off the top of your head.
Most of them are off the top of my head. Sometimes I'll pull them up just in case there's a part that I forgot, but most of them are off the top of my head.
So, Brian, I guess Brian, unlike a lot of the guest co-hosts, we have a schedule. Dan and Jay Monday and Tuesday, Tuttle Wednesday, Brian Thursday, and then Gene Lasker Friday. I really like our lineup. How about this, Seth? This idea just popped in my head right now.
Love it. I love it.
Look how supportive he is.
I love him. he's on top of the world right now because he was supposed to get a bonus, and no, hold on.
Wait, supposed to get a bonus, and that sounds like he's not getting it.
Well, no, I think he'll. I think he will back me up, and that I handle.
Hold on, we don't want to do the is I or is S, you know.
Don't worry about that.
What about the is F be is I?
They're not worried about you. They're worried about me.
What about the Trizzles?
Yeah, that's what you got to worry about. Is the Trizzles? So anyway, Seth, who we listen. Like,
I was late for work. Then I had to tell him that I had a pay discrepancy.
Well, so Macho Man has, like, when Macho spins for $1.99 or he does some other things, he'll get a little bony. Gary Cantrell has different levels of how he can get bonies. But those are bonies. And then Lummy's got a couple different ways how he can get bonies. The bonies all come in $100 increments.
And you're the boner, and they're the bonies.
Well, I'm the designated. Yes. I'm the one that, it's kind of an honor system where right before the pay, like on Monday of payroll, I'll get a hold of all of them and say, do any of you have any bonies coming? And then they'll text me privately, like, Lummy, I think Lummy didn't you have 100 last time, Lummy?
Yes, sir.
Lummy had 100, and Lummy goes, 100, and he'll say which bony he achieved. And so Seth, his bonus structure used to be based on Instagram, but he handed that over, I think, to Gary. It's Gary, just to give Gary.
I've converted a lot of my bonuses to guaranteed cash.
And so, yeah, we've had to restructure Seth's deal.
Fit him under the salary cap.
Seth was almost a sign and trade.
Yes. Rhett was a cap casualty.
Yeah, Rhett was a cap casualty, and I had to do a restructure on Kushner. But anyway, I will be very honest with you. He only has one way to obtain bonuses, and that's through our podcasting. So when our podcasting gets advertising and stuff like that, I've entered into a bonus situation with Seth. Doesn't get it that often, but this one that he obtained, and he doesn't know it because the checks come to me. The checks come to the Bubba Radio Network. So he, unbeknownst to him, last week said, "Hey, you got a such and such, hundreds of dollar bonus coming." He's like, "Oh my God, for real?" I'm like, "Yeah." So Friday of last week, our payroll company got a hold of us, and they were like, "Listen, you got to get payroll in by Friday because of the Memorial Day, weekend. Usually you have to have payroll in by like 1:00 on Monday, but because of the Memorial Day Monday, everybody is off. You have to have it in by Friday." So I got everybody's bonuses right, but I missed. It's my fault. I missed Seth's, and my girl Christina, who does my payroll, So Seth walks in today and he goes, it happened to be that Macho and Lummy were out. And by the way, Seth's 9 minutes late today too, which I didn't give him a hard time for because he had a stomach ache.
Jesus Christ. Sound like I'm 4 years old.
You are at times. Okay. Dealing with you. I think I could get more responsible answers at times from Sammy. But boy, Sammy, if Sammy had that level of bonus coming and she hadn't gotten it, you don't think Sammy wouldn't have rang me up too? I'm just telling you. She would have ran me right.
Punched you right in the nuts.
She would have ran me right up the flagpole.
Well, no, she's got her birthday party this weekend. So I was.
Oh, happy birthday, Sammy.
Happy birthday, Sammy.
Oh, I gave her $20 last year, didn't I?
Happy birthday, Sammy. When is her birthday, Seth?
Saturday.
Saturday, okay. So, Seth's 9 minutes late. Lummy and Macho Man leave the studio because they're getting things set up and stuff. And Seth goes, "Can I talk to you about something?" And then did you say that you don't get mad about? Did you say that?
Well, yeah, because I don't.
I don't like talking money. I don't like talking money. No, I don't because
just on the air.
Asking for more.
Just on the air.
But because I don't like talking money, especially to somebody who I feel that I'm
overpaying.
No, no. that I'm fairly compensating. Like I think that Seth's fairly compensated, and
that's what he tells me. I said, "Hey Seth, how are you paid?" He goes, "Fairly."
No, but I mean and when you talk about being compensated, you have to take in mind of the industry that we're in right
No,
now.
we don't need to get into all
No,
that.
what I'm saying is that Seth, I worked out a new deal with Seth. I think he's very happy with it, and he happened to hit a bonus, and it was a good bonus. So he was like super happy on Friday. So I think the checks cleared last night, right? Yesterday?
Yeah, and we get an email at midnight that says like, "Hey, check your pay stub." And my check's always the same, but I was like, "Let's see what we're getting."
Should have been, it should have been, it should have been a little bit higher.
Right, it should have been $600, and it was the standard $300.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Wouldn't it be more fun if you just were handing out $100 bills on Fridays, Bubba,
Right.
as people walked out of the studio?
I think that the IRS people would be in the parking lot.
alley.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
yeah. So anyway,
it's like, well, how do you think I got into this?
so
mess?
Seth says to me, "Hey, my bonus wasn't on my paycheck," and I'm like, "What?" So I went back and looked at the email that I sent Christine, because I think Lummy got a bonus, I think Gary got a bonus. I don't know if Mach got a bonus, but I knew that there were, I know I gave Tuttle 50 extra dollars.
Nice.
I gave Tuttle gets X amount, but I gave him 50 extra for the canned ham segment.
Nice.
So Tuttle needs to know that like when he does more work like that, I'm going to pay him. Like, let me go in if he happens to get in the Okeechobee
or like City Hall meeting.
If he gets that in,
yeah,
I'll gladly pay him $100 to $125.
Nice.
So like,
what do you mean if he gets in? He's got to drive down there for 3 hours. You got to break him off something.
No, I'm going
cover
to
his gas.
I'm going to.
Mileage.
I'm gonna give him a couple $100.
A couple hundred's different than 100.
No, he's gonna at least get a couple $100. $100 for showing up, and probably $100 in just expenses.
He gets a $100 appearance fee.
Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
He could get tipped out too. We'll see how that goes.
Right. I mean, if he nailed it, like if he absolutely nailed it. Listen, his minimum for doing that, if he pulls it off, is $200, and it can only go up from there. So I go back and look at my email that I sent Christina, my payroll girl, and sure enough, I did not include Seth's bonus. I completely spaced it. So I just zelled it over to him this morning, and so
it's a little kizash.
So he's got it, and Sammy can have that. I'm sure that's probably going to be applied to Sammy's festivities.
No, I hope Sammy wants some Bowman's Best for her birthday, because that's what that money's going towards.
Now, hold on. Now, hold on. I will tell you this. As happy as I am with Seth, I sometimes get a little frustrated with him. I don't appreciate the 9 minutes being late, but he did text me and tell me he was running late, but I didn't check my phone, so that's a push. But yesterday, so there's this package that comes. Well, hold on, let me show it to you. And so there's this package that comes, and we get packages all the time. As a matter of fact, I think Babyface has 2 packages.
You got 2.
The Bubba Army, you guys are just so genuine.
They're the best.
You guys are just...
And look at that one got all torn up in the mail, Bubba.
No, mine?
Yeah, that one got all torn up in the mail.
I ain't letting you off this one, bitch.
Oh, but you do know that the post office is pretty bad over here. They like opening.
No.
Yeah, it was on the news.
No. I watched his ass tear this open like there was a Marsha. Like there was a Caitlin Clark. Almost said Marsha Clark.
I thought you were going to go with Marshall Falk. I'm like, wow, really going back.
There's a Caitlin Clark, auto in here, and and he was like so. This thing comes in this, and now with these type of envelopes, they have a little strip up top that you can pull, and it opens up, and it completely opens up the top side of the envelope. And
Interesting.
You can get in there. Well, so Seth yesterday says, "Hey, Sponjo, we got Raymond Harvey from Ladstone, South Carolina." Sent something, and it's addressed to Bubba, Lummy, and Seth at the Bubba Radio Network, 5021 West Nassau, Tampa, Florida, 33607. And it's in this, United States Postal Server priority mail flat rate enveloped. And
it's ripped open, Bubba. I mean, look how it
can I open it? And I go, no, we're not on. We were off the air. The show is over. And I'm like, no, save it for tomorrow. Because I think Babyface has got a couple things to open it, and we'll just open it then.
Are we doing packages now?
Not now.
Oh.
So he, against my wishes, just goes. And I swear, listen, I'm not exaggerating. I am not exaggerating. He goes, like he's like, hold on.
See him doing
and the only analogy I can think of is: has anybody ever seen in the Muppets the chef when he's tossing like
the Swedish chef,
and he just flings salad and ingredients everywhere, like I don't know how much ends up in the bowl. And Seth, did you take yours and then leave me and Lummy's in here?
Yeah, I left. There was a note that
well, this is just a wadded up. This must be where what you had.
Well, yeah. Do you want me to? Well, the note explains it, Bubba. I don't need to say anything.
Okay. So I will tell you very aggressively. He opened up this thing, and I said, Seth, this would be so much better on the air than opening it up like the Muppet Chef. And I don't know why. Who got what, or if there's nothing left.
It's all the same. I was just intrigued that someone sent it to, the three bros.
Bubba and friends.
My name is Raymond, and I've been a fan of the show since 2016. I started listening to the show on 98 Rock in Charleston and also on Twitch. I currently watch the show on YouTube. I'm an IT technician for the entertainment industry, setting up Wi-Fi connectivity and fiber optics at concerts, events, festivals, including the last 3 NFL drafts. Well, that's pretty cool. As you know, this year's draft was in Green Bay, and I know Bubba is a huge Packer fan, though the weather conditions were tough to work in, cold, windy, rainy, enough to make the strap on my Bubba Army backpack break from hauling around equipment on site. Which, by the way, I think the Merch Crick ordered another 100 backpacks.
Awesome.
Bubba Army store, Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop.
Which they're great for hauling equipment. They don't normally break.
Right. Yeah, if you don't overload them, they're pretty damn durable. We still pulled out Bubba. Anyway, I've sent you a couple of souvenirs from the draft. Sorry it's taken so long to get to you. I can understand if Seth wouldn't want his, being a huge Bear fans and all. I love this. So know what? This does truly represent Seth's mentality with regards to the contents of this envelope being ripped open like a coyote in the wild.
Did Seth read the note at all?
He kind of like.
Yeah, I read the note. I wanted to know what was up.
Yeah.
Making sure that no one's trying to send any, what was that stuff?
So
Anthrax to Bubba.
I don't know. So anyway, man, Raymond, thank you so very much.
So should I show everybody what we got?
Yes, can you please?
Yeah, we got a shot.
Raymond.
Everybody got a shot glass.
Oh yeah, I got right here. Yeah,
from the draft.
We got.
That's pretty cool.
We got actually NFL, like the official shot glass of this particular draft. Made by the NFL, and it's got every team in kind of a graffiti type way on the shot glass, which is pretty cool. I mean, that's probably that's probably $20 for a feller.
Well, this magnet says it was $9. So
okay, cool.
Yeah, no, this couldn't have been cheap.
$30 for your favorite radio show is I wouldn't do it.
I met that guy at the concert. He was a nice guy.
All right.
Well, can we all?
Oh, you met the guy at your concert, your Panhandle concert.
Yeah, he was running all the IT stuff.
Oh, he was.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. So we can all say that you guys love Raymond, right? Everybody loves him.
Yeah, everyone loves Raymond.
Jesus Christ! Really? Where's? Hold on.
Yeah,
here. By the way, just to explain to new listeners, anytime Dan or I don't think Gene ever gets him. Gene gets disclaimer saying the views and opinions of Gene Laskers do not align with the radio program known as the Bubba the Love Sponge show. He's not even a paid employee. But Brian and Dan specifically, not Tuttle, Brian and Dan sometimes will make some type of cheese dick statement that would be like better served on the Scott Shannon's 1985 Q Zookeeper show. Like the guy's name is Raymond and everybody loves their packages. Would it be suffice to say that everybody loves Raymond? Zoinks, Tukey.
In my defense, I live very near to Lowry Park, so.
Speaking of which, about where you live, I heard you guys, you are I don't know if you're still the president of the HOA. I know you had you are the president of your homeowners association. You had a big meeting last night. Did you get voted out?
No.
Oh.
What was on the top list of topics?
Seth said that potentially you got voted out.
Bubba, Brian used me and abused me last night. He called me to kill time on his way home before he had the meeting. So
I was driving to the meeting and I was like, "Well,
do you guys have a clubhouse within the community, or like where do you guys have the meeting?"
No, we have it at our property management company. So I'll call Seth typically on Wednesdays just to kind of get a feel for things, where the show's at, kind of maybe toss some ideas around, talk cards. We're friends. It's what friends do. And so I had a 22-minute drive from my office to the meeting place. And I'm like, I'll give Seth a call. It'll be good to kill. And so he didn't call me back. He didn't answer. And he calls me back like 3 minutes before I'm there. And I'm like, oh, well, now I've got to sit in the car and talk to him because I'm not going to just, ditch him after he took the time to call me back. So we spoke for about 10 minutes, and then I was like, I got to go into the HOA
now, what type of questions do you ask? Like like when you're saying the state of the show, like, are you're not writing any stuff or preparing in any way, shape, or form? Are you just trying to figure out, like, is Bubba in a good mood?
Yeah, like what's going on this week? Is there anything that, is definitely going to get brought up that I should be aware of? That sort of thing. That sort of thing.
Right, and Seth's pretty non-committal on all of that, so his answer probably is, yeah, everything's fine, everything's great. I'm having some issues personally, but I give
him the lay of the land. Like I
puked yesterday, and I feel better.
He'll ask if you were mad that he called yesterday.
I wasn't at all mad.
No, I know, but it'll just be things. Those will just be things that we'll discuss quickly.
Okay.
And then he told me that Macho Man had a game today, and that he's got one for next week. So that was good.
So by the way, Brian, the babyface Matroni, our Thursday co-host, will usually come up with a game, some type of, and he transforms himself in from Brian Matroni, the swinging D lawyer, to Twink Fartendale. I don't know. Is it Fartendale, or are we just sticking with Martindale? Whatever.
I like Martindale, but whatever the people.
I do too, because Fartendale, Twink is already an insult. Why do double insult Twink Fartendale when we just need Twink Martindale? I throw it up for vote that Brian's alter ego as a game show host is, and I need seconds, or I need seconds. I only need 2 seconds. I propose that Brian's alter ego as a game show host is Twink Martindale. All in favor, say aye.
Yay. Aye.
Okay, I don't need any additionals. So Twink Martindale, you have a game today, and it was written by Macho Man?
Yes.
Macho Man came up with the game?
Yes.
Is about how, if you got 4 45s on a 45-pound bar with 5-pound collars, how much do you got? Dig it?
Is it an animal sound or Macho working out in the gym?
Oh, okay. Perfect. Now have we done
Caribou?
Have we done the did the Macho Minute? And I know his first exercise he was going to show people a little tutorial on were biceps. Has it been released yet? The Macho Minute?
I don't think it has. I
haven't seen it.
Macho sent it to me, and it looked pretty damn good. Macho, has it been released yet, or are you throwing a fit and you don't want to release it? Oh, I'm back here wiring stuff up. The Riz answer at an all-time his.
7-Eleven's interrupted. Sorry.
All right. Is the Macho? Are you?
We kind of just like left it where it was. Gary says it's done.
Okay. Well, then can we thumb it up?
I didn't think you liked it because it just kind of like disappeared.
What?
That's what happens to the content. We get it starts going to the right places, and then nobody talks about it anymore until it resurfaces 3 days later.
Yeah. So Gary, get to Macho Minute. Slick it up. Thumbnail it, the Macho Minute.
I thought it was good.
And Macho, I think it's biceps, is it not? Arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gary, get it up, and let's get it out. What were you gonna say, Sam?
I was gonna say, I know Macho doesn't like doing a lot of stuff.
Macho doesn't. I know he hates it.
He hates doing stuff in front of the camera, but I thought it was pretty good, actually.
He should do more camera stuff. He's very camera friendly, and let's be honest, he's the most in shape. Probably best. Well, I mean, Dan is good looking, but Dan's not.
Macho's better looking than Dan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of handsome men on the show in all shapes and varieties.
Right.
I mean, Dan's the most attractive senior citizen on the show.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy.
What?
Yeah. Wow. No, he's over 55. He hit him with it.
Yeah, AARP, baby.
So let's go back to let's close out. The woman is now in jail for felony, child abuse because this kid in line at the International Sanford Orlando Airport called her fat, and she just didn't slap the kid across the face. I think she took him pillar to post.
She did, and I guess what he did, I guess they knew each other. They haven't said what the relationship was, but I guess she said he was picking on her. And then I guess
like that kid in Philly on me.
Yeah, he knocked her arm off the armrest a couple of times, and then she took his phone. And when she took his phone, is when she started pounding on him and slamming his head into the window.
Christy Lee Crampton was set to be back home from her family's Disney World vacation.
Think about how much your life changed. She looks like, if you look at her right here, she just looks like a normal woman, like just a normal borderline white Trish woman. And think about, because Brian, as an attorney, they probably have 500 witnesses on this deal. They have probably overhead cam, I think all airport gates and stuff I think with the exception of the bathroom, I think almost every part of the airport's probably cameraed up in some way, shape, or form.
Well, they're on the plane.
Oh, they were on the plane?
She was slamming his head into the window.
I thought they were in line.
No, they're on the plane.
Don't you think, Bubba, that if a kid wants to step up and call a lady fat, that he has to deserve getting his head bounced off the seats?
And there's a part of me that says, yeah. There's a part of me that said he should get his ass whipped by his parents. But, this woman took matters into her own hands. But think about how her life has changed. She boarded that plane as a free woman, probably never been in trouble, and she now has felony child abuse on her. She's going to prison.
I heard this is what Disney does to you, though. Seth warned me. I'm never going to Disney.
Yeah, don't
Walker.
do it. It's not worth it.
Why were they traveling from
Disney?
Their trip was over, so she had no money left in her bank account. She'd clearly dehydrated.
She spent
back home from her family's
$47
Disney
on the Mickey ears with her name on them. I mean, it didn't work out for her.
World vacation. Instead, she made
Disney makes you so mad about how much money you spent that you're just ready to whip some kid's ass on the plane.
Well, they don't tell her
because you associate Disney with what? Kids.
Yep.
They don't tell you that at Hollywood Studios that kid was chucking Miss Piggy plushes at her the whole time.
made her first appearance in front of a Seminole County judge Tuesday, charged with felony child abuse. Allegiant Flight 2885.
Allegiant.
Yep.
Some cut rate. Babyface, back to my original statement an hour ago.
This doesn't happen on Delta, does it?
This doesn't happen Delta first class.
The Hagerstown, Maryland, was set to take off from Orlando,
traveling to Hagerstown, Maryland.
Beautiful.
On Allegiant.
Beautiful city, by the way. I'm working on an affiliate up there for you, Bubba.
Or just before 2 p.m. Monday. But according to this arrest report, Crampton and witnesses on the plane tell police the child called Crampton fat and Miss Piggy, telling her she couldn't fit in the airplane seat.
Man, that could be me, Lummy, because I just barely make it.
Yeah.
And
that's when
you
witnesses
gotta get the belt extender too, right?
No, I don't.
No, not anymore.
I don't. And in some instances, I might have where you could put like 3 or 4 fingers inside that belt loop.
You tell them to take a little off your seatbelt when you sit on.
Crampton began hitting the child with her fist and then hit him on the head with a water bottle. Then the report says she slammed the child's head into the airplane
Man,
window.
I would love to be seeing this. Man, Brian, can you imagine if you're sitting across the row and you got this on tape, how viral that would go?
I don't really want to be filming child abuse.
I do.
Oh. The child used...
I don't want to be filming child abuse. I want this as a viral moment saying, warning, child abuse. Watch at your own discretion.
His arms to cover his head. Airport police haven't said how old the child is, but Crampton told police the child was very rude and disrespectful during their trip to Disney, and that after the child called her fat, she took his phone away. She claims he then pushed her arm off the armrest twice, and that's...
Isn't that amazing, Brian, where in some instances, if somebody takes your phone away from you, it's not a crime in Sarasota County. You can take a woman's phone away from her, smash her in the face, have her removed from the store, and it's not a crime. But if it's on a plane and you take a kid's phone away from him, oh my God, you're in prison, orange jumpsuit.
Well, the taking the phone away isn't what she was charged with.
But that is snatching.
But she didn't get charged for her snatch. She got charged for the beatdown she laid on him after that.
Think anybody wants to charge her snatch?
It's when she began smacking him. But police and witnesses say she went beyond typical disciplinary actions. One witness saying the woman was not correcting the child. She was abusing him.
The report says the FBI was notified because it happened inside an airport. A Seminole County judge granted the woman a $10,000 bond.
Now, and Brian, you know that dealing with the feds compared to dealing with your local municipality, police agency, you've been underneath the Fed French fry lights. Yep. It's a whole nother ball game.
Yep.
Don't we spend? I know child abuse is definitely wrong. But I mean, don't we spend a lot of time talking about how the next generation is, we're doomed,
heathens,
and screwed, and
this is an example of the next generation.
So shouldn't they get roughed up a little bit?
They should.
Thank you.
I mean, Brian, what if you had done that as a child? My dad, Doug Clem, and even my mom, because my mom could whip some ass too. There comes a point where your mom can still whip your ass.
I wouldn't have disrespected my parents like that, number one.
Right.
Especially coming back from the happiest place on earth.
Yeah, but here's the deal. There comes a point where your mom, your mom can still kick your ass until up 8 or 9 or 10. But then there comes a point where your mom just starts wailing on you and it's kind of a joke. But your dad, now he can usually whip your ass clear up until you're driving or even thereafter. And so my dad, had I done this, first of all, my family wasn't fluent enough to fly. We never flew as a family. We had to drive everywhere.
I went on 2 flights one flight as a kid.
And
maybe 1 or 2. I don't remember.
And did your mom and dad absolutely have kind of a pre-flight meeting with you and maybe driving to the airport about behaving yourself?
They didn't have to. I was well behaved.
I know, but I'm just saying,
yeah, but okay. I mean, I didn't have to have that talk. Hey, don't call us Miss Piggy. Don't hit our elbows off the seat.
Okay,
he was adopted. He didn't want to get sent back, Bubba.
And I was still in the return window.
And if you had acted like this kid, would you not have gotten your ass whipped?
I would have gotten hit. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have gotten hit too. That's the problem. We can't hit our kids anymore. We need to bring that. Well, hey, DeSantis, you've been making some stupid decisions lately, like this Hope 25 deal that you're catching a ton of heat for, as you should.
And hanging out with Hogan.
Hanging out with Hogan. Give me a break. You need to bring back hitting kids. Parents can hit kids. Up to certain areas, like on the ass, on the arm. You can yoke up your kid. You can, and there's no abuse, no hits to the face or anything like that. But a nice, swift, very stern and hard hit to a child's ass will straighten that kid up and not hurt the kid. There's a reason why your ass is all padded. It's made to take, ass whippings.
My parents believed in public humiliation for punishment. So, if we acted up in the car, we were moving up to Newport Richey from St. Pete, and we would drive up as a family to go check on the house and see the progress and everything on the weekends because we didn't have much else going on. When my sister would act up in the back seat, it was usually my sister. I only got sent out for laughing at her. But they would pull over on the side of the road on US 19, have her get out and wave until 3 cars honked at her on the side of the road.
That's serious?
Yeah, serious. They wouldn't hit. They would do that.
I'd rather take an ass whipping.
Yeah, and so she'd be out there bawling, crying, and waving to cars passing by. And until she got 3 people to honk and wave back, we wouldn't leave. And then my brother and I would be in the car and we'd be laughing at her and then oh, you think it's funny? You go out there and wave too.
That's kind of an odd punishment.
It was an odd punishment.
My
sister's got some issues now. That may be why.
The Patriots, as in the New England Patriots, and Coach Mike was a
Vrabel.
Huh?
Vrabel. Why'd you do that, Seth?
Oh, sorry. What I was just trying to say.
I knew Vrabel. Shut up,
man.
Brian. And trying to hang me out, making me look stupid. It's my show,
You legitimately would not have said that right.
A co-host is supposed to prop me up and make me look better.
Yeah, Brian,
not tear me down and make me feel bad about myself. When we come back, didn't they just trade for Stephon Diggs? Didn't they just get him in free agency?
Yeah.
And so he's brand new to the Patriots, and he is now skipping OTAs. which is what off-season training. I don't know what a OTA stands.
Optional training activities, I think.
But most,
optional.
Most people attend them, and he was filmed on a yacht, cutting up pink powder as like almost insinuating that he was doing rails of pink cocaine.
Yeah, I missed that the first time the video was going around, and it was just it was 3 chicks on a yacht calling him daddy. So they were saying, oh, Stefon Diggs likes to be called daddy, but he's seeing Cardi B now.
She was on that boat with him.
Yeah, she was on the boat. So, and then so Mike Vrabel was asked about it yesterday, and of course Stefon Diggs wasn't at OTAs, and he hasn't even played for the Patriots yet, and now there's already issues with it.
Now
which
there's
the
issues.
Patriots love.
He's on a yacht with Cardi B.
Which is cool, which is fine. But then there were the other hoes, and then it looked like he brought out something that I believe is called Tootsie, where it's cocaine and Molly, and then it's dyed pink.
That and the pardoning of the Chrisleys makes me sick to my stomach.
You're still mad about
it's still
it?
in the news.
It's a big story.
It's still in the news, and Trump is on an absolute pardoning bonanza now that he hired this pardon czar.
Well, Larry Hoover was in jail for 50 years and stuff. I mean, he did a lot of time.
We'll get into all that next. Hold on.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Did I not send that at all?
I didn't. Well, I double checked it. I don't remember seeing that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
I
If
might
you missed
not
it,
have.
buddy, no big deal.
So he does not know that he's being recorded.
I know, but who would do like it's gotta be someone in his posse and he's I don't know. I don't know, man.
That's just dumbass.
I don't know. What up, Felix? What's up, Thomas? The entertainment czar. What's up, Fred? Hope you're okay, dude. Hope you're feeling okay.
Todd and Julie Chrisley expected to be released from prison after receiving pardons from President Trump.
Hey, Shorty. You know what I'm saying?
All right, begin.
What up, 305? What's up, Andy?
How old Sammy turning?
14.
She's 8, Bubba.
No.
They say time flies.
Time's a thief. We'll talk about birthday parties on air. That's not on Blizzard. That sounds like a good topic.
Birthday parties?
Yeah. Yeah. And what goes into deciding who makes the list and what the theme is and all that.
Yeah, the list is everybody in there.
No, I don't want to hear about it right now.
Well, you are.
No, you're wasting.
Man, you're just like Charlie. I don't bring anything to the table.
What?
What's up, Fat Pig? What's up, Manster?
All right, any requests? Have you gotten $50 for me not to sing or $20 for me to sing?
Dude, it's always going to be our favorite thing to talk about in the Blizzard is about how all the people that get mad about Hot Mic. Hot Mic's for us, guys, just so you know.
Yeah. Would you rather us just sit here in silence? What's up, Gilson?
Hot Mic's for us to decompress or just do whatever. Like
Somebody wants it for $5. Erwin Fletcher says, "Can I get a Bubba 106.7 story?" He's been listening since '89, and we won't judge you that he put the apostrophe on the wrong side of the '89. No more singing. Well, there will be singing if somebody pays.
He wants an XL story?
Yeah.
Oh, I have one XL story that I've told before, but it's so long.
Oh. It's going to cost you more than $5 for that, Erwin.
I think one of those was for the game.
Oh, okay. That's for next week's game.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. All right.
I got to get with Mach on this week's game. Next break, I'll get with him.
Sucking down sub 79 months. Greg from Canada, $20. Hall & Oates, Method of Modern Love.
Ooh, wow.
What's up, Brett Farr?
Right off the top of your head without Googling, can you
I cannot. Do not. Can you name one word from Method of Modern Love?
I'm not the... Listen, motherfucker.
That is a Hall & Oates deep cut.
I've not positioned myself as the fucking karaoke fucking bandit over here.
OKC, baby.
You have, bud. It's on you, cousin.
In the moonlight, under the starlight, songs old as the night.
Greg from Canada, did you get to 20?
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Everybody's heart is iron, locked in a mind.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Can you light me up a little bit, cousins?
Light Bob up.
Man, I don't even know how. Hold on, man. I gotta pull this one up on YouTube.
Good job, Greg from Canada.
I mean, fucking picked
You stumped.
Hall & Oates deep cut. I bet you this one didn't even track top 20.
No.
Will OKC kill the Pacers?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
I mean, kill them.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're in 5.
For real?
Yeah.
Number 5 on the top 100. That's number 5, Brian.
I'm going to do a power screen.
Okay.
I love Timothy Chalamet, and I've never even seen his work.
Greg from Canada, I'm going to figure this out.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I'm not even, I don't even need Power Screen of Florida right now. Probably not going to need them till about maybe October.
Oh, nice.
But still wanted just to remind everybody that one of the best screening of material places is in our own backyard. Right there in Lakeland, Florida. You can go to powerscreenfl.com. They're the experts in design and the manufacturing of crushing, screening, washing, grinding, and recycling equipment. I think I had the Warrior 600. It's when Buck came. Remember when Buck came down?
Yeah,
and him
and
his son. And I think I got an excavator from Synergy and a front end loader from Synergy as well. And I don't know how many hundreds of yards of material I was able to screen and de-rock, which has just made my track that much better. We got, by the way, and if we got a big time race. I think right there, Lummy, that's the exact piece of equipment I had.
Nice.
We got I didn't know. Look at this. They're throwing wood chips in there.
I didn't know you could do that.
I guess you could throw wood chips in there, and then does it chip it up?
Yeah, maybe that's makes mulch too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
PowerscreenFL.com, and they are they're the best. And I think I had a Warrior 600 for the one I use, and I'm going to probably try to have them back like in October just to get my last minute for the February Winter Nationals just all screened and ready to go. And I did put aside some stuff that we screened last time that still had rock in it but it was too wet. So now I already got a pile that needs screened, but it's been drying out. It was too wet to go. The machine didn't like it. It would spit it out because it was too wet. So you need the drier the material, the better.
Can never be too wet.
Well, with screening material, you can be.
Oh,
let me. So anyway, just so much love and thanks to the fine people of Power Screen Florida. They sent me gear and a tumbler and hats and shirts and the whole 9 yards. So I didn't know about
the wood thing.
The wooden thing. I might next commercial stop set look into the wooden gimmick because I might be able to use that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Operation K5.
That's right.
Yeah. So, by the way, T-shirt Will, his wife, Kelly, it's her birthday. He asked me to wish her happy birthday.
T-shirt Kelly?
Happy T-shirt Kelly, there you go. I think Kelly is the one that comes to the BARP annual festivities and likes to show her boobs.
Yes.
I think she if you just say, "Hey, can you show me your knockers?" She'll whip out the knocks.
Oh, really?
Now there used to be kind of a Will never admit that he had a throuple gimmick going on, but I think he did. I think Will had a throuple gimmick going on.
Was it Kelly and the other one?
Yeah, Brandy.
Yeah.
Now
they were wild at Lummy's birthday party.
Supposedly Brandy found a dude and then your throuple parameters go right out the window when old girl now has a dude that's laying her to the D.
She'd be a good wife, but he left her. He's out back at the sea.
Who left her?
The guy.
Oh, she's back. She's back on the throuple deal.
That was the Brandy song. Brandy,
you left her at sea.
What a good wife you would be. But my love and my lady is the sea.
Looking Glass. Isn't Looking Glass sing that?
Ah, man.
I think it was. Hold on, man. I may have just absolutely dropped the mic. I think it might have been Looking Glass. I think the. Hey, Alexa. Good morning. Good morning,
Looking
Alexa.
Glass, you got it.
Did I get it?
1972.
Give me a little.
Good morning.
As much
On
as
this day in 1953, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay became the first known climbers to ascend the highest peak in the world, Mount Everest. However, the accomplishment may have been a touch bittersweet, because it's all downhill from there.
I love Alexa. She's come with the zoo crew. Even she knows it's Thursday.
Yeah, but man, I pulled one out of my ass. You had no idea it was Looking Glass.
No, I did not.
None at all. So here's Mike Vabrel. How do you say his name?
No, you got it, Vabrel.
No, it's Vabel.
Yep.
The R is silent.
Yep.
And I think this is a reporter asking him about the video I'm going to play next. But I would rather play. Should I play the video first, or should I play Mike Vabel's press conference on Stefan Diggs not being at OTAs and supposedly being on a yacht chopping up peak cocaine? Which one?
I chose Stefan Diggs first.
Yeah, okay.
It happened first.
Right. So this is what Mike Vabel was asked about. Stefan Diggs just got. He was an unrestricted free agent. Did he come from? What did he come
Texans.
from? The Texans. And isn't he upper echelon wide receiver?
He used to be.
Is he starting to age out?
He's fallen off a bit.
Like, how old is he?
He likes to party.
He's like pushing 30.
Okay. Isn't that?
No, he's 31.
Isn't that amazing, Brian? Like in the NFL, linemen, they can go till mid-30s, as long as they take care of themselves and don't blow out their knees. And quarterbacks, as long as you're not getting pummeled, as a quarterback, you can go
mid-30s. Usually, like 35, 36, you start to see a major
But you
decrease.
also see some instances of, upper 30s, maybe even 40.
We've seen one instance of that actually working out, and his name was Tom Brady.
Right.
Other than that,
but isn't it
the
amazing?
40s haven't worked out well for quarterbacks.
Like running backs are the first to age out.
Yeah, usually about 26, 27 is kind of the ceiling for peak running back.
I feel bad for running backs because you can barely get out of your rookie deal. You really only got one contract where you can make money. Because because if you get tied up, if you're a rookie, they have, and I think if you're a first-round draft pick, don't they got you locked up for 5 years? They got you 4 years and then that fifth-year rookie option.
Well, yeah, but very few people are taking running backs in the first round. So
I know that, but like with Ezekiel and things like that back in the day, and that's why they're not taking running backs in the first round, because you don't want to be locked into that 5-year deal. So I think the way the NFL works is the first round and the first round only, you can retain a guy's rights for up to 5 years. 4 years under contract, 5 years under contract, but that fifth year is a pickup, whether you pick it up or not. And they have to play on that deal. And then I think from second round on back, I think they are 4-year deals?
Yeah.
If they're 4-year deals,
no option.
And with no option. But like running backs, so let's say that you graduate college. What's the average kid when he graduates college? 22?
21, 22.
21, 22. So you're a first rounder. No. You know what? Because you're right, Brian. Nobody drafts a running back in the first round.
A few get picked, but not it's maybe 1 or 2 a season where it used to be 3 or 4.
But for the most part, it's 2 on back. So you got a 4-year deal. So you're 22. That puts you at 26. But the team owns you till you're 26, right?
Yeah.
Well, now you're right there at the part where they're starting to age you out.
Yeah, and so you're lucky to get a $10 million deal at 26 as a running back. You're lucky. And then you're probably, going to be in almost every backfield's a committee now, but you may be second guy, third guy in that committee.
And so, but then here's the deal. Wide receivers are the next to timeout, and they're only a +3, maybe a +4 from the running back. So instead of 26, they got you timed out about 29, 30 as a wide receiver.
Really, they'll still get paid deep into their 30s. Derrick Henry, most dominant running back of recent memory, most consistent running back of recent memory. He got a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Ravens at the age of 29. Or 30. So
that's still only 8 a year.
No, that's what I'm saying. And he is the creme de la creme. he's up there with McCaffrey.
Right. He's top 3 at his position in the entire league.
He was, yeah. And he still was very effective last season.
But the running back, I think Ezekiel broke the mold. And who was the kid from the Rams that then went on?
Todd Gurley.
Yes. He kind of put the bad taste in the NFL owners' mouths when he signed that second big deal and then completely busted. I think that him and Ezekiel is what has made NFL owners buyers beware. You know what I'm saying?
Todd Gurley had degenerative knee issues when he got drafted, and they did. I think they did have him when they won the Super Bowl, didn't they?
Yep, they did. But I don't think he played much. So anyway, here is Stephon Diggs, brand new Patriot. One would think that if you're brand new, what type of bag did he get, Lummy? What type of money did he get?
I think it was about $4 million a year, $5 million a year.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't think he got a lot from the cheap Patriots.
I'm willing to bet though he's probably made somewhere around $100 million in his career. And he came from. Who did he originally get drafted by? Minnesota in the 5th round.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, it looks like the Patriots spent 3 years, $63 million.
No, yeah, I was gonna say he got paid.
Yeah, never mind.
So they were desperate for a number one.
So you're looking at what? You're looking at what? 15,
20, no, 22, 21,
$21 million a year.
Yeah.
So
and if I'm paying, and by the way, if I got a guy that's never been with the organization, and we have voluntary off-season workouts, and you've never been with the organization, you don't know the offense, you don't really know the trainers, the facility, the way stuff works. I would be, but I don't think the coach Brian can really be a hard ass and tell a guy like this you gotta be at voluntary workouts. I think the Players Association would step in at that point and say you can't say that.
Well, I'm getting word that he was on field in uniform without a knee brace on his right knee at day 3 of OTAs last week. Yeah. So he was present for part of it. He's also coming off an ACL tear, so I don't know how far along in the process
he is. And maybe that's part of the rehabbing process, is to go on a yacht and do pink cocaine with whores.
I don't see what harm it could cause.
I could see a doctor prescribing that. Listen, Stephon, your rehabilitation program is going to involve you being on a yacht with pink cocaine, chopping it up with with Cardi B, which is your girl.
With one hot girl and 2 other girls.
Well, with your girlfriend Cardi B. And Seth, isn't she the one that got her foot blown off by?
No, that was Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh, okay, whatever. So Cardi B's your girl. You're with her on a yacht with a couple of her hanger-on bitch friends, and you're chopping up pink cocaine. That's what I'm prescribing you to rehab your MCL.
Can I get the name of your doctor?
I think he's saying, "What's my name?" Is this Cardi B?
And they're saying, "Daddy." Yeah, they want the powder, and he's saying, "You want the powder? What's my name?"
Is that Cardi B?
No,
Cardi B's not
there. She's not there.
She's not there. Okay. So now is that even a problem too? Is the fact that if he's dating Cardi B and she sees this, and she sees 3 whores that are calling her man daddy, and he's making them call him daddy. Don't you think that she might have a little problem with this too?
Well, I mean, she was like 10 feet from him.
Oh, she was there.
Yeah, it's her boat, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's her yacht. It's it's probably her powder.
What's Cardi B worth?
Probably $100 million.
Hey Alexa.
I don't know.
How much is Cardi B worth?
I say 10. Diggs has made 137, by the way.
80.
Cardi B is worth an estimated $8 million.
8? That bitch made $8 million at her last concert.
I'm getting 80 off of here.
She's only had one album in her whole career.
And then on Instagram, Cardi B confirms $101 million net worth.
Oh, she confirmed it?
Yeah.
Oh.
101.5.
What's my name? Daddy. Daddy. So basically, for those that aren't watching us, there's 3 of these, not so I mean,
well, one of them's good.
Yeah.
One of them's mid, and one of them's
bad.
Lizzo Jr.
Yeah, one's Lizzo Jr. They're and he's making him call him daddy. And now, can you actually see the pink powder?
Oh, God, it's not hidden at all.
Oh,
it's
there
right
it is.
there.
There it is.
Yeah.
So he opens up this like bifold, some kind of contraption.
Call them snuff boxes.
Is that what they call them?
Yeah.
He opens up a snuff box that seems to be like pink cocaine. And what do they call that?
Tootsie.
They call it Tootsie. So let me, like, when you buy it from your dealer, you gotta say, hey, I don't want the white cocaine. I want the Tootsie.
You want the Tootsie?
I want the Tootsie.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, well, Tootsie's, $10-15 more a bump. So it looks like Tootsie is in a sealed bag.
He said, "Don't use all of it."
Is that what he said just now? Okay, hold on here. Don't hog up the Tootsie. I'm just telling you, don't be a Tootsie hog. I tell you, this chick actually is pretty attractive.
Yeah.
She's very attractive.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the video footage that surfaced. And then this is the head coach of the Patriots, who, poor guy. I mean, what did they win? 2 games last year, 3 games?
Well, he just got hired on.
That's what I'm saying.
Used to be Titans coach.
He's inherited a mess, right?
I mean, he's got a good.
Actually, I was going to say he actually got it pretty good, I think, right, Seth? Because he didn't have to deal with the first year of a rookie quarterback. Jared Mayo got a bad deal. What were you going to say, Seth?
Who do you like?
I stepped on Seth.
Who do you feel, Seth and Brian, is the rookie head coach that got the biggest hill to climb? You know, didn't Pete Carroll just get a job
with the Raiders?
Oh, you mean the new head coach or rookie? No, like it's their first year.
No, new head coach. You don't have to be a rookie, meaning it's your first coaching job, but like you're new to the organization, much like Pete Carroll is new to the Raiders.
I think Kellen Moore's got a lot to deal with the Saints this year because I think they're in full tank mode. So I think that's going to be tough for a guy that wants to come in and prove himself and then has a roster so stripped down that they're obviously trying to tank for Arch Manning. So we'll see how he navigates those waters.
So the guy from the Saints who took over the Saints, that guy.
Yeah, he was the offensive.
Probably feel most for.
Yeah, but they know they're in the tank mode. I always feel like the Jaguars.
when you're the Saints and you know, Seth, that Arch Manning has such a great story to it. Your father was arguably behind Derek Carr. I'm sorry, behind the guy from Purdue, Drew Brees. The guy besides, wouldn't you say that Archie Manning was probably the second best Saint quarterback of all time behind Drew Brees?
Yeah, and then Billy Joe Tolliver.
Yeah. So, but I mean, you come from football royalty in the Mannings, correct?
Yeah.
And so it makes him going to the Saints just is an unbelievable picture. So, Brian, as an owner or a general manager or a coach, do they take you aside and said, "Hey, we got a tank because we need that first. We got to get that first pick so we can get Arch."
I think it's probably implied in there. Look, there's not going to be a lot of pressure on you to win. You can't go out there and tell the guys to lose. They're too proud to do that.
Right.
They're not going to go out
but
there
you might
and
not
lay
be
it down.
you might not be putting in the hours and the game plans that you need to. You might just be, and I'm sure that they tell the guy that because they can't get anybody else other than Arch Manning and make near the splash that they need to without him.
Yeah, they're on the march to Arch.
I think the most pressure is going to be the Cowboys guy because Jerry Jones is absolutely crazy.
Who, Mike McCarthy?
No,
he got fired.
No, Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, but he's
Rookie coach.
got at least a quarterback and
Yeah,
two good wide receivers.
Schottenheimer's got some tools.
Yeah, I'm talking about pressure.
McCarthy just can't coach.
He'll have pressure, but I don't think this. But Bubba asked who has the worst position. I mean, and the Saints
the guy,
clearly
and Seth
are
is right. The guy
garbage.
from the guy from the Saints.
I know. I was just saying the Saints are expected to lose. The Cowboys are not.
True.
There's a pressure,
but still,
I think the Cowboys will be right around 500.
Here's the head coach of the Patriots when asked about Stephon Diggs missing, voluntary workouts while seen on a yacht with potentially pink cocaine known as Tootsie.
Stephon Diggs has gotten a lot of traction in the last 24 hours or so. He's on a boat having a good time, but the question comes in as to a certain substance that people are guessing what is or isn't. Is this something that the team has to look into?
Well, it's something that we're aware of, and obviously we want to make great decisions on and off the field.
Now, Brian, if you are an organization, do you call the player or do you call the player's rep? I think you call the player's rep, don't you?
It just depends upon what your relationship's like. Given that he's a new player and all that, you may be reaching out to his rep.
Right, to the Drew Rosenhaus, whoever cut the deal, and say, hey, listen, this is a bad look. Our head coach already got greased on it. First question out of the box today. Can you please, assure us that wasn't an illegal substance? Now, would you tell the agent, hey, listen, we're going to test him when he gets back, or is that being too much of a prick that you already have pissed the guy off and he's going to lay down on you?
This is if I'm the Pats, I call him up and I say, look, this is his one free pass. If anything like this happens again, it's going to be a big issue. We can't have this distraction.
Right. The first question our coach is answering has nothing to do with our ball team. Has to do with the guy you're repping, doing stupid things on a yacht.
With our time here on the field today, and that when we don't have a script and we're on the call-up periods, that we're making great decisions. And so the message will be the same for all our players, that we're trying to make great decisions, and any conversations that I've had with Stephon will remain between him and I and the club.
Good. You know what? Good answer.
Yep.
Good answer.
Captain Creamsicle, $50.
Didn't throw him under the bus. Actually stuck up for him. Said any conversations I have with him will be between him and I.
This is going to be a disaster because he's a distraction on the field when he doesn't get the ball.
Right.
So now if he's doing this off the field and then they have a second-year quarterback with Drake May.
Isn't that one of the reasons why the Texans got rid of him is because he throws a fit when he doesn't get the ball?
Dude, the Bills got rid of him because he had problems with Josh Allen. Like he's a great receiver, but he can't stay in one place for too long.
Is he an Antonio Brown? Is he a Terrell Owens? Is he Chad Ochocinco? Does he come by that kind of type of deal?
He's those guys without the incredible skill, the super hyper skill level.
Every single day, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't. Not if he's not here. You guys will find out in a minute. But no.
And that's a very nervous-looking grin that he has, and he ain't happy about having to answer this question.
Again, everything that we're going to do, Karen, is we're going to coach the guys that show up at 8. The ones that say, hey, I got a situation, we'll be at 8:05. We'll coach those as well. This is a voluntary part of our off-season program. And every player that's not here, which there aren't many, have been in communication with me and their position coaches.
I got a text from Shiloh, and he has not yesterday, and he has not missed any voluntary or mandatory workouts. And in fact, for the week that they have off, he went over and saw his dad for just 2 days in Texas and came back so he could be in Tampa, because they let you have, if you're a Buccaneer, they let you come to the facility even when they're not having organized practice to train and get on the field. And he was at the facility every day, even on Sunday.
I mean, he has to be. The position he's in. He's not Stephon Diggs yet.
He's going to make this team. He's going to make this team. Shiloh Sanders will be a Buccaneer. Mark my word. When we return, we're going to get into the massive pardonings that President Trump has been given out. The most public one is the former reality show of the Chrisleys, which I don't know if I hate them or the Rizzler the most. I don't know. Let me Mushroom Mitch 25 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Trump's mass pardoning everything from rap stars that have been in a Chicagoland prison for 40 years?
Oh, 50 years.
He's been in 50 years?
Yeah.
But there's a big whodunit on that deal because he had federal and state charges, and they say the state charges may still stick.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're aware how this all works.
I don't know if Trump was aware of that. I mean,
Trump came out and said he still has state stuff, so it's up to the state now to do their part.
Can you find me that excerpt if you could?
Yeah.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
METHODOFLOV is a method of modern love. I mean, this is a terrible song.
Number 5, baby. What's up, Cherryhead?
I can call you, got your number, share my life with you 1,000 miles away. If you've hurt me, I haven't shown it. Time's too tight to fight. We're never face to face. And fashion's only now.
And what I just sent you is, I think that's what we do for Phoenix anyway.
Yes, it is.
Is that what we do for Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay, can you put me? Can you?
Yeah, I'll attach you.
Because I told you why, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I got to send it to that guy to listen to today.
No problem.
So will they have 1 through 8?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all listed out.
Okay. And as you can see, I'm trying to stay.
Yeah.
Right there in the.
You're right on it.
Well, I'm a little
off.
I'm a little behind. I'm gonna try to get caught up here with the Chrisleys. So there's that.
Right. Man, Greg from Canada is saving all his 20s for this. All right.
Do we have a
Greg from Canada, $20. Ride like the wind, Christopher Cross.
Do we have the?
It's not even hits. I mean, I don't even know how these songs go. So it makes it hard to sing just looking at the words. Maybe I know this one. I don't know. Is the night, my body's weak, I'm on the run, no time to sleep, I get to ride like the wind, to be free again. Let's see how it goes.
Do we have the guy from Chicago?
Larry Hoover?
Let me see here. The Larry Hoover gimmick.
Should have not. I'll send you one, Drew.
Let me see. I know I have it.
I know this one. I think. It's the night, body's weak, I'm on the run, no time to sleep, I've got to ride
I'd like the wind
to be free again.
So I don't
I
have
sent you a letter
Go
real quick.
to make it to the border of Mexico. So I ride like the wind.
Isn't that Doobie Brothers?
Now Christopher Cross.
Christopher
Was born the son of a lawless man. Always spoke my mind with a gun in my hand. Live my lives. Gun down 10. Gun. Man, I pick songs that people know, man. Come on. I mean, Gonna Ride Like the Wind's an okay song, but
they're trying to trump you, lover.
I know.
Are they paying you, Brian?
$20. I go with Sailing or Arthur's Theme. You know, the hits, the Christopher Cross hits. Sail, takes me away to where I'll always.
The pardon from President Joe Biden. So I think leniency and clemency includes full pardons and pardon attorneys and Department of Justice.
And power screen air check, let me.
Yes, sir.
Brian, Select Football came out a couple days ago. You should go on eBay and see what some of those cards are going for.
2025 Select?
Well, the Caleb Williams one. 2024.
24 Select?
Yeah.
Just came out?
He's Brian the Babyface Matroni. For those of you Brian Marks, pony up the cash. You love him. We have to put up with him. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Thank you to Fish on the J. Thank you, Fish on the J. 25 on the PayPal. Love you, my friend. Bubba Army royalty. Barb qualifier. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com. At least on our Facebook or Rumble. Give us a follow, a thumbs up, a notification, a liking. As our digital world is, well, quite frankly, how we pay the bills. We're strong. Very strong.
And we're long. And we're down to get the friction on.
So, ladies.
Yeah?
Ladies.
Yeah?
Freaking hell.
Erica wrecked my Mercedes.
That's a shoot. That is a shoot. 813-90-BUBBA, if you like to call the phone lines. One of the very few shows that have the ability digitally, one of the very few digital content providers that have, a tele system and the available and a phone number that can put you live on the air. Who's this?
Hello. It's Las Vegas Mario. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Mario. How you doing? Mario, don't just because you have my personal. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mario,
I said that. I'm sorry.
Mario, let me speak if you could, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
Just because you have my personal phone number doesn't mean, which I'm, don't make me regret giving you my personal phone number, because when I was in Vegas, I obviously, in case I needed, I didn't end up needing anything from you, but I got your number just in case when I was in Vegas at Ronnie the limo driver's wedding, if I needed anything, and I didn't need anything, so we didn't really, But anyway, literally, I get off the air yesterday. It's literally me and Seth. I wasn't on the air yesterday afterwards. I was literally just got off the air, Lummy, and was headed up to the Clem's Clubhouse to drop a couple boys off at the pool because that's where I got my ass washer.
Yeah.
Mario's blowing me up, calling me. First of all, I hate calls. Text me. Always text me first. And if it's if it's my executive producer, if it's one of my co-hosts, if it's Macho Man, and we need to talk, then they'll say, hey, we need to talk, and call me. But I prefer to text. Las Vegas Mario, Lummy, blowing my phone up, calling me 5 minutes after I'm off the air while I'm taking a poop.
That's not smart.
And I'm like, I text him, what in the hell are you, what do you want? What do you need? oh, I wanted to get on the air, but I realized that you're not on the air.
Oh, you're jobbing me out.
But hold on.
You jobbed yourself out, Mario.
Hold on, Mario. Am I embellishing this?
I did.
Mario.
No.
Am I lying at all?
No, you're not.
Or am I telling the exact truth?
Exact truth.
Factually, I'm off the air 5 minutes. I'm in the bathroom, and you call me 2 consecutive back-to-back times.
I don't know your schedule, though, bro. I'm sorry. Again,
but here's the deal. Like Brian.
It's never a good time to call anybody these days.
But here's the deal.
You're right.
Anytime a person gets back-to-back phone, okay, somebody calls you.
There's an emergency.
Sometimes somebody calls you, you chuck them to voicemail.
Yes.
Because you don't want to talk to them. Secondly, if that's followed up within the next 30 seconds with another phone call, then that usually denotes that there might be an issue.
Yeah, something's important.
So after the second one, I then text back, what's going on? What's wrong? What do you need?
Oh, you didn't even answer. You just kicked that one to voicemail, too?
I reached out to him, via text and said, do you need...
No. It was what is so important that you call me right after the show, and I go, I'm so sorry. I go, I'm sorry.
I came out cutting a promo. Yeah, it's exactly what I did.
Well, that's coming out hot, Bubba.
I said, what is so important that you need to call me right after the show? He's like, I didn't, and this is what he said, which pissed me off even more. He's like, I was trying to get on the air to say something.
And
I'm like,
I followed it up with a sorry.
Yeah,
but trying to get on the air to say something and then you're calling him after the show. What's the point of that?
But not only that, but trying to get on the air to say something that can be done by dialing the studio lines. Don't dial my personal cell phone number to get on the air.
First of all, you should assume if Bubba's not on the mic, he's pooping. Okay, that's number one.
But can I say one thing, Bubba? I'm so sorry again. Like I said, I got my numbers crossed up. You're the only Tampa number I have. You in the studio number. And again, I'm sorry. There's no justification for what I did. I'm wrong, and I apologize for that. That's what I'm saying. And I thought I was dialing the 813-90 Bubba. I'm sorry about that.
After the show ended, you thought you were I'm sorry. I'm going to call shenanigans on this, Mario. I'm an attorney,
Brian,
and it just doesn't hold water.
Hold on.
I like you too, Mario. This isn't coming from a place of hate, but your excuse doesn't hold
he's
water.
In Vegas.
Number
Maybe
one, you have that number saved as Bubba's cell. You don't have it saved as the studio line.
All right, listen. I forgive you. I accept your apology. Let's move on. The old Bubba would have harbored on it and blocked you, and the new Bubba's like, I just please understand if you're for. I gave you my personal number for I don't know what I was thinking, quite frankly, but anyway, I gave you my personal number because I trust you, and you've never ever. Never betrayed my trust and blown me up, and I don't. And please know, I don't like when I'm not on the air, I don't like to chit chat. I don't like to. I just like to do my own thing because I've talked for 4, 5, sometimes 6 hours straight, and a lot of us, probably the majority of us, Brian is the exception because he goes and runs his law firm when he gets out of here. So
I text Brian too.
He has to.
I give him messages about the show.
Okay. But what I'm saying is I think all of us probably don't really like to get into full-blown long conversations after the show. So, Mario, if you called to apologize, apology accepted, and we're good. Okay?
Okay. Can I ask my question?
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say if I know you love your brother-in-law, but if something happened to your brother-in-law and your sister's like, Bubba, your brother-in-law died and your sister's like, Bubba, I need to marry somebody on your staff. Who would it be?
I mean, that's easy.
No, I mean,
Dr. Dan.
No.
Jay.
No, not Dan. Not
if
Jay,
I had to pick
Jay
out somebody on my staff for my sister.
Wait, is it who Bubba would pick out or who you think Tara would pick out?
No, who Bubba would pick for Tara, because I want to know. And
the person that listen, here's the deal: the person that I would pick out for Tara is not available.
But who would it be?
Oh,
Lummy.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you.
What?
Hey.
Yeah, it would be Lummy all day.
Come on, man.
What do you mean, come on, man?
He couldn't put it on.
Tara likes little dudes. It would clearly be me.
I'm not trying to look at this as to who's going to put it on my sister.
You got to keep her happy. It's a marriage.
I think, first of all, I think Lummy can put it on a girl.
Yeah, that's right.
She doesn't want to raise Walker.
No, listen, I'd be hanging out with Bubba the whole time anyhow, so I wouldn't even see Tara.
Tara, by the way, I think Tara's pick would be Lummy.
That's right.
And that's no disrespect. Listen,
No.
listen.
Let's call her up right now.
No way.
No, call her up.
No way, shape, or form am I trying to be disrespectful to Ashley. Am I trying to, play a game that would be disrespectful to Ashley? But I think Tara's pick would be.
I'm
Lummy.
texting her right now to see if we can call her.
Bubba, it would be. I think Brian would be number one.
I do too.
No.
And
well, hold on.
No, there's no way. I'm definitely number one. She likes little dudes.
Hold on.
She likes smart dudes.
She might like smart little dudes.
No, Macho would be number one.
No.
No, Macho's way too rugged.
Macho's way too rugged. Macho might intimidate her. I gotta be. Hold on.
Maybe she likes
strong.
Maybe she likes guys with nice personalities.
Now that I think about it, I think you guys. It's either Brian or Lummy. Like it's either Brian because she recently, when we just got together, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, she was singing Brian's praises. Like she has a lot of respect for Brian. Brian has done some work for her business, and I'm not going to get into it too in depth just because it's her business and attorney kind.
I can't talk about it. Yeah,
I'm not having. I don't want you to. But she did say to me, and Brian, you cannot comment on this, but I can tell you what I heard. Is she's like, listen, I've had Brian do some contracts for us. I've used Brian quite a bit or a little bit. And the one particular dude that we did a contract with who is a financial guy and has done many, 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 many contracts actually and doesn't know Brian and doesn't even live in Tampa, lives in the Panhandle, said, whoever that guy is that did this latest contract left no stone unturned and caught 3 or 4 things that I completely slipped by me. That guy is sharp. That guy is sharp. So Tara, it would be between Lummy and Brian. It would just determine on where she, like if she sold her company and she had all the money in the world, I think it would be Lummy because he could take on kind of a houseboy role.
That's right.
But whereas if she was still grinding and making money, then it would be Brian. But that's my.
I can't agree with that. Maybe
I don't care if you agree or not. It's not your sister. It's not your sister.
All right, I'm sorry.
All right, Mark, I gotta go. I don't want to run. Lummy, I got.
Poor
and
Mario.
Well, I mean, calling me yesterday.
Well, I know.
I mean, that's a mortal sin.
But Bubba, here's the thing.
He might have been on delay, like Seth
indicted by
was
the
and I'll ask when the time is right. And Tara can either text me and say she could talk about it, or
Brian's been all over
I
it.
texted her. She hasn't responded yet. She may still be sleeping in her mansion.
She gets up at 6 o'clock religiously. She's a personal trainer that shows up. They've converted their garage into a gym and a golf simulator.
Nice.
She's. Phew.
Would Lummy be okay with her personal trainer?
Of course.
Stretching her out?
Yeah.
Lummy would be okay with anything.
That's right. She's running the show.
And think about this. If Lummy marries her, Lummy's got that in his back pocket to use against me at any time.
Now I finally got a little brother I love.
I would
not some filthy Egyptian.
Actually, I'm going to be honest with you. I love the hell out of her husband a lot.
He's a cool guy.
Secondly, I love everybody here that could potentially be her significant other if the Egyptian would take a golf ball to the temple today while playing 18. I love there's not anybody in this building. I wouldn't want her to be with Dan.
7-Eleven.
Dan would
7-Eleven's her type.
Yeah, 7-Eleven ain't her type.
Oh.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to, we promised the Trump pardons. Let's stay on focus.
Indicted by a grand jury in 2019, then convicted by a jury in 2022 after a 3-week trial.
And then an appeal, which was upheld.
Days to deliberate.
I mean, the verdict was upheld.
You were then hired to appeal, and your appeal, which was...
This is the Chrisleys. What is it? Todd and... Julie Chrisley. He was given 12 years. She was given 7 for fraudulently, IRS returns and loans and just,
misuse of loan funds and things like that.
And very, to me, Brian, very black. I mean, regardless of the political affiliation of the judges, and we do see the Good Old Boy Network and political affiliations, work in mysterious ways sometimes. I think that they had him pretty much dead to rights, and I don't think this is nearly the political weaponization that they're trying to make it out to be. I think they're pretty cut and dry. They were fraudulent, and they were fraudulent whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. In my opinion.
Look, all of these pardons are dirt. It's a dirty business, and it's a dirty game. This pardon game. It's very rarely to somebody who actually deserves it. Okay,
it's usually some type of political play
or money play.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure that this family,
power play.
Yeah, there was something involved here, and that's always the case. Whether it's Biden, whether it's Obama, whether it's Trump, it's a dirty game.
Regardless of president, there's something behind the pardon.
Almost always.
Yes.
Very well argued, very thoughtful. Was largely rejected. Why do you think they deserve a pardon?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think if folks want to go back and look at it, there's a difference between what your appellate issues might be and then the general issues with justice in a case. The biggest issue here was it's very clear the case would have never happened if they were not celebrities. The FBI looked at this case way back at the beginning.
Really?
2016, 2017, the early days, or 2006, 2007, and said, we're not interested. Years later, the Chrisleys become celebrities, and then all of a sudden the FBI picks up the case again. And I think that sort of targeting based on who you are.
No, maybe, just maybe they continued to do the fraudulent things that they did more excessively in the 2 years that the FBI let their guard down, and maybe there was more meat on that bone 2 years down the road. Because, I mean, listen, Brian, when you get cleared by the FBI, you probably get a little bit airy. You're like, I got cleared by the FBI. They ain't going to do anything to me now, right?
I just don't get the pardon versus the commutation. Commute the sentence. If you think the sentence is too long but the crime was committed, commute the sentence. You don't have to give a pardon.
Publicly,
just shorten the sentence.
This president's made very clear he doesn't want to condone.
It's hard to argue selective prosecution, though, isn't it? Because the trial was in 2019. This was the Trump Justice Department. This was a...
Yeah, that's interesting, Brian, and the fact that this was the Trump's Justice Department. But I guess when you get into the bowels of society, just because the president is one party affiliation doesn't mean that the federal, this whole entire country is controlled by federal judges that are appointed by all the different presidents, and they're appointed for life. There are still Clinton judges that are hanging around. My federal case that I had, my guy was appointed by Clinton. And oddly enough, I'll just go ahead and say my judge was James Whittemore.
Look, not everything,
and he was a Democrat, and he was appointed by Clinton. And I got to tell you, out of all the court systems I've been through, this is the first time I went federally. But this, like Doug Arnold, who was in the is Hillsborough County the 13th Circuit?
Yeah.
Doug Arnold, who was just a 13th Circuit state judge, handled me way less fairly than the Democratic appointed Bill Clinton appointed James Whittemore. He handled me far more fair, was a better judge, and made better decisions than the state level guy who hated me.
I mean, let's be clear here. The pardon is essentially as if the crime never happened. And they get their civil rights instaured and all of that. Just commute if you think that the sentence was too harsh, just commute their sentence.
I just don't, for the life of me, can't understand. Fraud's fraud. It doesn't matter who the president or your political affiliation. Now, your political affiliation and who you like for president could sway some federal judges in their rulings and things like that. There's some discretion involved, but when you've committed fraud and you've fraudulently gotten loans and you fraudulently, the things that they tried Trump for, right? They tried Trump for virtually the same stuff on the Mar-a-Lago, what he appraised.
Yeah,
Mar-a-Lago
Trump's was slightly less egregious than what the Chrisleys were doing.
Yeah, the Chrisleys
not slightly. It was less egregious than the Chrisleys.
The Chrisleys didn't pay back their loans.
Yeah, listen, Donald Trump paid back all of his loans on time. No problems, and quite frankly, you may be a hardcore Democrat, Brian, but quite frankly, Donald Trump didn't inflate Mar-a-Lago's worth any more than what the state had already appraised it at far as tax-wise.
So the problem for Trump, and again, I've said repeatedly that he should not have been prosecuted in New York State for the fraud issue. The way they did it was not correct and all of that. But he plays the game, right? So when he's talking to a bank and wants a loan, Mar-a-Lago's worth this. But when he has to declare it as an asset, it's worth a lot less.
Sure.
And, that type of stuff, rich people have been doing it for a long time. Maybe that game should be over.
And oddly enough, the woman, Letitia James, the woman that ran her campaign in New York as the Attorney General, she actually ran her platform on "I'm going after Trump." That was her platform. She now is hemmed up on something very similar, is she not?
Yeah, she did the same thing with her father.
Right.
Outright pardon spree here at the White House in the last several days, pardoning the reality TV star couple known as the Chrisleys.
So these are all the pardons, and I'll break them down afterwards. But here are all the Chrisleys are probably the most famous, or most.
Was it just celebrities?
I don't know. I
know three. I mean, it was Larry Hoover and then NBA YoungBoy. It was just a lot of.
I think that his new African American pardon czar is not making this about necessarily the average African American man who got overcharged for having 5 pounds of pot in his car, and he's just a regular black guy from Detroit. I don't think she's interested in that. I think she's interested in these flashy potential celebrity names being in my opinion. Because it seems like, Seth, you're right. It's not just any average Joe Blow. It has some type of sexiness or celebrityness to it, or a name value.
Well, Jay's in chat. He said that there was a sheriff that was pardoned as well.
Expected to leave prison.
Let me find me the sheriff.
Any day now, in addition to a former New York Congressman, Michael Grimm, the former Connecticut Governor, John Rowland, who was convicted not once but twice in federal crimes.
So we got a congressman, a mayor, the Grizzlies.
That's a lot of celebs.
Also, the rapper known as NBA YoungBoy, who was convicted in a federal gun crimes case. And the president has also taken his step and used his power to not just issue a slew of pardons, but also he's commuting several sentences as well, including that of Larry Hoover, who was that notorious gang leader in Chicago. Now, every president has the right to.
Don't you think that maybe his newly appointed pardon czar tends to lean a little ethnic?
You know what though? What's the point of being a pardon czar if you can't pardon people? I agree with you. I mean, if you're not sending out pardons, are you really even getting in a full day's work? Report to Doge immediately.
But I mean, if you got an African American NBA YoungBoy, you got an African American guy from Chicago, you need to throw Joe Exotic in there to even out the white trashness. Do you not?
There was 24 people that I'm trying to find them all.
Can you find them for me?
Pardon whomever they want, and we've certainly seen President Trump's predecessors do that, and President Trump started using his on day one.
Well, here's the thing that Trump's got going for him. He's a lame duck. And so whatever
they said this is for the midterms.
Yeah, okay. You can't use this against him in his next election and say because there's not going to be a next one. I mean, this might put some pressure on J.D. Vance, maybe. But, J.D. Vance can say, hey, listen, I didn't have anything to do with that.
But what's notable is how early on in his term we're seeing him issue all of these pardons.
As far as timeline-wise, you never see a president this early, 140 days into your presidency.
It may happen. We just may not hear about it,
Yeah. But he did them on his first day, didn't he, when he started?
January 6th people, yeah. Including that great upstanding citizen Enrique Torrio.
Let me see if you can find me a list of all of them.
I sent you the.
So I've got a good list. Newsweek has a good story on it.
I sent you the
like
Newsweek
Michelle
story.
Fiore. She was convicted of stealing $70,000 that she had collected to build a memorial for fallen police officers and used all of the money for personal use. Why does she deserve a pardon?
Because she's gonna have to deal with karma.
Why not just wait for her to get sentenced, commuter sentence, and not
so
restore her rights?
she raised money for a fallen police memorial.
Yes, $70,000,
and used every penny of it for her own personal.
There is no fallen police memorial. Yes,
I think Scott Jenkins was the former sheriff. He was convicted of accepting more than $75,000 in bribes.
I got a full list of Donald Trump's pardons that we'll go through next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
They're crooks.
Why can't I get a break? I'm not a crook, but I'm a bad guy.
Well, there's a form, Bubba, you can fill out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But I've not been. I just don't get.
It'd just be good news.
Bad guys can fuck with me. They just don't get prosecuted.
That's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing, but it's a great thing because your parents are going to be free and clean.
All right, we saw that. So I need that. So let's go here, here, here.
Is Sean Hogan on here? Shout out to Sean Hogan, thank you.
Who's Sean Hogan?
I don't think I've seen the name before.
He's one of my heroes.
I know, but who is Sean Hogan?
One of Hogan's
I honestly, I just received a Venmo from him. But I don't think I've had any Venmo dealings with him before. So that's for Sam's birthday. All right, well let me send you a message here on Venmo then.
I mean, look, you can't really get upset about pardons. It's a part of his right. I mean, that's not an abuse of power.
No, I'm not. But
no, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm just not familiar with all of them. I like going through here and looking at all of them.
Unless he's selling them, then that's a problem to me. That's dirty game. But his right to do them is fine. But he shouldn't be personally enriched because of it. But I mean, again, presidents do it all the time. Hey, I helped raise this much for your campaign. Can you pardon this guy? I mean, it's a dirty game.
Well, that's what I thought the Grizzlies were, but they guess they don't know Trump at all.
That was just a PR Willie.
I believe. Oh, did I see Rob Blagojevich?
Yeah.
Let's Dance. Yeah, Rob Blagojevich. All these corruption and public fraud guys.
Where's Blagojevich? I forgot about him.
He was a governor of Illinois.
Yeah, he took kickbacks and bribes and stuff.
He was taking kickbacks.
Man, I'll take a kickback, and I'll send out pardons.
Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Let's dance.
I'd be one pardoning motherfucker.
To the song they're playing on the radio. Let's sway. Wild colors light up your face. Let's sway. Sway through the crowd to an empty space. If you say run, I'll run with you. If you say hi, we'll hide. Because my love for you would break my heart in two. If you should fall into my arms and tremble like a flower.
Maybe we can take his juice down a little bit.
I don't think you can. I think he's like when you give Sammy too much sugar.
I owed Greg from Canada. I owed him a song.
They're crying in our room. Once a crash happens, Brian never cries.
He'll cry on his way to work.
He normally has the biggest smile on his face.
Because he's got the blizzard coming.
Well, no, he only has to work like 3 hours today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he hangs out here. He filibusters a lot after the show, and sometimes he just runs out on me. I noticed the singing stopped. once the small talk started.
You guys can mute it during hot mic. There ain't nothing else going on.
Are you talking to us?
No, I'm talking to the bitches bitching in chat.
Nobody's bitching in chat. We all appreciate you.
GR, whoever the hell that is. Some jobber.
I just
Yeah. Who's he?
I just say hot mics for us.
Thank you, Greg from Canada, and thank you for the 20, 40, maybe $60.
American
you
Republic.
donated.
Matthew Gaither.
Baby, come back.
When Pippi
Short Stroker.
Cottonwood.
Thank you, Liz.
Can you guys give us a follow on Rumble? Come on, guys.
Please.
Touch our lower extremities with your monies.
What's up, Kelly?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't know that they've ever missed a Thursday that Brian the Babyface Matroni, partner of Hunter Law. If you got a question, you can dial. Is it 844-ASK-GINA?
Yep, or 813-287-2227.
I think 844-ASK-GINA is just so much easier for that guy that, potentially got in a car wreck. Two different things. Family law and also personal injury, medical malpractice, slip and fall, personal injury. So you got a family with a personal injury kicker when you dial 844-ASK-GINA. Consultations with the great Gina Hunter are half off if you mention Bubba Army. And consultations with Brian are free.
Free. I'm a consultation slut.
And Brian, I think over the years you've gotten not a substantial amount, but a really pretty good amount of Bubba Army leads, some of which have led to some pretty big cases for you.
Yeah,
Wasn't the one in Colorado pretty big for you?
Yeah, I love helping the Bubba Army out. I love, even if I can't do it, myself, I try to always help them get to the right place. So just know that if you're calling me from another state, I cannot give you legal advice. I mean, that's the problem.
But you can probably have a way to find out who they probably need to be talking to. And I know sometimes you'll do that for me. Hey, give me a half an hour. I'm going to do some research and I'll try to find you the best guy for you or the best firm for you in your particular area of, Fort Walton. Well, no, if it's in Florida, you can, if a Publix truck hit a guy in Fort Walton Beach right now,
I'm taking that case.
Yeah, you're driving up to Fort Walton Beach this
I don't have to drive anywhere. I can take the case.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
It's modern times, man.
Scout and Big Gulp I don't think they've ever missed a babyface appearance. Scout and Big Gulp on the PayPal. Thank you so very much.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and BubbaArmyTips.com. They're all at the Bubba Army. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. We were, Lummy, going through all the people that President Trump has pardoned. And this isn't an anti-Trump deal. This is his right as president. And if you go on through, most presidents usually wait until like the last maybe, 60 days of their presidency and they go crazy. I think there's been up to 400, 500, 600 people that different presidents have I think Trump's up to 1,500 already. On his inauguration day, January 20th, 2025, Trump's granted full pardons to nearly everybody charged with offenses related to the January 6th Capitol riot. Total approximately of 15. So he let 1,500 just that got charged in the J6 deal.
He sure will. $20.
I think a handful decided they wanted to go back to jail after he let them out.
Quite a few, yeah. They liked it so much there.
So you'll see presidents, and there's some presidents that are real stingy with them, and there's other presidents. Lummy could probably send me a list of those, the numbers, but there's been some presidents doesn't really have any rhyme or reason with regards to a political affiliation. There's been some presidents that go hog wild, and then there's been other presidents. I think maybe George W. might have been real stingy with them, or I don't know.
Bubba, if you were the president, you would have a day where you just pardoned all the teachers that had sex with underage boys.
Yeah,
and you would just go, the boys liked it. So who are we to judge?
I would have to have my pardon czar walk me through the details. So, like, if it was like a 20...
Well, you'd make these horny women, beg you in person for the freedom.
Here's the deal. I would not pardon any female teacher that has had sex with a male student if the male student wasn't at least 15.
Or ugly.
What's that?
She can't be a beast either.
Yeah, she has to be hot and him be at least 15.
Okay.
So if she's a beast and he's 12, that bitch is rotting in jail. Okay? Period. Oh, here we go, Lummy. Oh, my God. This goes clear back to George Washington. Yep. George Washington, only 16.
Yeah, but that was probably like 20% of the population at the time.
Probably. How about William Henry Harrison? I guess he was only the president for 1 year.
No, he was like a month, wasn't he? Yeah. And didn't he die of pneumonia right after the inauguration?
Yeah, it was cold at the inauguration.
Yeah.
James, I think he got pneumonia at the inauguration, and he's one of only a couple presidents that have 0 on their tab. The other one being James Garfield, and I think the same thing happened to him because he was only in for only 1881.
Jeez.
Now, Franklin Delaware Roosevelt, he was a president for 16 years. So, of course, that number is going to be high. Let's get up into our era. Probably starting with what maybe, let's say, Kennedy.
Yeah.
575. Lyndon Johnson, 1187. Richard Nixon, 926. Gerald Ford, 409. And the one of the 409 was Richard Nixon. He pardoned Richard Nixon because Nixon was, obviously the Watergate situation. He was going to be in big. Had he not been pardoned, Brian, would Nixon have gone to jail?
Probably. Well, depends. I mean, the Supreme Court would have had to rule on that, and now he would not because it's a presidential act.
So, but we didn't have that. We didn't have that during in the seven.
There may have been precedent, and he may have. Yeah, he may have.
And what would he? I guess he sent a team of, including Oliver North, I think.
No. That's Reagan.
G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah, Reagan was North.
G. Gordon Liddy was one of the guys that broke into the Watergate
or Bush,
the Watergate Hotel. Into the Democratic National Convention offices to try to steal like tapes and stuff like that?
Yeah, they broke in. They were looking to steal stuff, information, dirt.
Jimmy Carter, 566, excludes over 200,000 that he pardoned for Vietnam draft dodgers. Whew.
Wow.
Ronald Reagan, 406. Yep, I was right. George H.W. Bush, 77. Yeah, I'm not going to do it.
You got to remember, too, he was a one-termer.
He was a one-termer, but still.
Even then, it's low.
Right. Bill Clinton, a two-termer. I think Bill Clinton's right there where it looks like 200...
200 to 250, yeah.
Per term.
His son, George W. Bush, was a stingy.
Bill Clinton at 459. Yeah, George W. Bush, a two-termer... only 200.
Wow.
What a stiffy.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, he's at 1,700, includes approximately 1,500 pardon for the January 6th attacks. That's, I guess, probably an ongoing number. And then look at this. This is
well, real quick, just so you know, there's context to Biden's. It was all people ever convicted of low-level marijuana charges federally.
All right, I agree with it. I got no problem.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm trying to find out what that exact number is that makes up. But he went a little bit wild with it too.
Yeah.
But
hold on. So Joe Biden, for 1 year, for 4 years, 4,245, which is just the most times 4 to the like Barack was like 2,000. But Barack didn't seem to, deal with any subsect of speciality, such as Donald, 1,500 of Trump's are the J6 deal, and then Joe Biden, 4,245, and includes mini pardon for marijuana possession. So, people that had, 2 or 3 pound marijuana possessions that were going to do 30 years, he let them out. DOJ statistics show 80 pardons and 4,165 clemency granted. So not a lot of full-blown pardons, but a lot of the clemency means that they
commute their sentence. They end their sentence. They get out of prison.
But you're still potentially a felon, right?
You're still convicted of whatever crime you were in there for, yes.
Yeah. So there's the list. Here is what Trump has done so far. First of all, it starts with the January 6th riot defendants. That's at 1,500. He pardons rapper NBA Youngboy, Ross Albright, who was he
founded the Silk Road dark web place where people would engage in sex trafficking, drug trafficking, child pornography. He was the founder of that website.
Why would he let that guy go?
I don't know, but he was convicted on multiple charges, including conspiracy to distribute narcotics and money laundering
and child porn.
Well, he wasn't actually convicted of the child pornography, I don't think.
He created the space that people could potentially do that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he wouldn't take it down and after being told to and all of that, yeah.
Andrew Zabowski, I don't know what these two names are, Terrence Dale Sutton and Andrew Zabowski or something like that. Trump issued a full and unconditional pardon to Washington, D.C. Metro Police Department officers, these two dudes, for their roles in the death of the 20-year-old Karen
Hilton Brown,
the girl that died on J6?
No, that's Ashley Babbitt. Nobody got convicted for that.
This person was a high-speed chase
clean
on a
shot.
moped.
The pair were sentenced for their involvement in the death of the guy who was who they were pursuing in a high-speed chase driving a moped without a helmet.
And then they covered it up.
Oh, then they covered it up?
Yeah, they tried to cover up their acts in that.
Anti-abortion activists. Trump pardoned 23 anti-abortion activists on January 23rd that have been convicted under the 2023 Freedom of Access Clinical Entrance Act for blockading a clinic entrance in Washington, D.C. Now, if let's say you and your girl are going to get an abortion, okay? By the way, Lorraine Byrne, $25 on the PayPal. Love the show. I love female donations. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Here's the deal, Brian. If you got a bunch of people that are arm in arm, and me and my girl are going to get an abortion because I feel as if I should have that right to do that.
And you did.
And they're playing the Red Rover, send Bubba right over kind of gimmick. That's a lock and hand. If I, did my Bubba Allstott impersonation and, broke through the line, am I going to get charged? I mean, are they going to try to?
No, you don't get charged for breaking through the line. They got charged for blocking you from entering the facility because they said nobody should be intimidated and prevented from exercising their rights.
The Rod Blagojevich, the former governor of Illinois, was sentenced to 14 years. He had gotten all kinds of contractual kickbacks and
it said he tried to sell Obama's Senate seat.
Yeah, so he's the governor. So as the governor of Illinois, he got to replace Obama when he became president.
Yeah, when Obama became president, they had that vacant seat, and I guess the way it happens is the governor then appoints somebody to be that state senator, and Blagojevich, said that comes with a price.
So Trump originally commuted his sentence and freed him the first time around, and because Blagojevich showed such undying loyalty and fealty to the king, he now issued him an actual pardon.
Brian Kelsey, Republican Tennessee state senator, did some kind of illegal funnel money deal. There's so many of them.
A lot of corruption ones.
Yeah, the BitMEX founders, they were founders of cryptocurrency exchange called BitMEX. I guess they, were doing some shady stuff. There's just so many. Todd and Julie Chrisley, NBA YoungBoy, Michael Grimm. There's just so many. There's too many to go through.
Now, just to be clear, on Larry Holmes, he's not pardoning him. He's commuting his sentence.
Larry Hoover?
Larry Hoover, sorry.
Larry Holmes, the former boxer.
I know. I don't know why I said Larry Hoover. He's commuting his sentence. He's not pardoning the murderer.
George Erdman, Lummy on PayPal.
Thank you.
He says, from GR in the YouTube chat. Thank you, George Erdman. $50. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, The Bubba Army. Here is the Larry Hoover pardon. The guy from Chicago.
Commutation.
The guy from Chicago who was a known gang leader. But there could be a trip up on this deal because he was charged federally and state. Trump commuted his sentence yesterday, but there might be a trip up on the deal.
Developing tonight, President Trump commutes the federal life sentences of a notorious Chicago gang leader.
Larry Hoover co-founded the Gangster Disciples and has spent decades in prison. But even with this decision by the president, it's unlikely he will get out of prison anytime soon.
Our Charlie DeMar is here to explain why.
Man, how much would that suck? You're like, man, the president just gave you a commuted Willie. You're out. Nope. State of Illinois comes in and says, nope, you had some state charges too, buddy.
And Jordan Erica, the free Larry
Hoover.
What's that?
He's still had 200 years in
He's
Chicago.
got 200 years left.
Yeah, but science has come a long way. I think he can make it.
With growth, with the right face creams and growth hormone, he might just make it.
It's been loud for a number of years, and while this is a victory for Larry Hoover's federal case, he still faces what amounts to a life sentence for a 1973 state murder conviction. So this move from the president does not grant Hoover his freedom. The White House.
See, at this, Brian, why even give him a federal pardon if it doesn't really amount to much?
Because Kanye West has been a longtime advocate for him.
Okay.
Official post for
Kanye
this picture with
is an interesting fellow.
Sure.
Larry Hoover's federal commutation signed by President Donald Trump.
He deserves to have redemption. He did 52 years.
Hoover's family celebrated the news on social media.
We are having a great day, everybody.
I've done my time. I paid my debt to society.
CBS Chicago reporter John Davis spoke to Hoover in 1993. At the time, the
in 93.
Yeah, he had been 20 years in at that
notorious
point.
Co-founder of Chicago.
Now he's what, 40 plus?
52.
Chicago's Gangster Disciples had already served 20 years for his 1973 state murder conviction.
It can harden you, or it can make you think. And I've thought.
But just a year after this interview, Hoover was sentenced to consecutive federal life sentences for running his criminal enterprise from prison. Ron Safer was the federal prosecutor.
We tape recorded him while in prison, ordering shootings, organizing narcotics.
That's what, here's what I understand. People in prison need to realize you need to know, whether it's on the state level, the county level, or the federal level. They record all phone calls.
But if you're serving 200 years, Bubba, what do you got to lose?
I know.
You might as well have some fun while you're in there and order some hits.
You might as well be like, hey, Lummy, if I was in prison, I'd be like, hey, Lummy, you need to go out and kill, this guy and that guy.
All right.
I'm never getting out. But aren't I putting Lummy at risk, though, Brian?
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you're putting everybody at risk who's out there murdering people.
Transactions.
Just thrilled. Thrilled for him. Thrilled for his family.
Thrilled. He ain't getting out. He is not getting out. This is a non-issue.
Yeah, but it clears his good name, Bubba. It restores his reputation.
Federally.
His supporters who have been chanting free Larry Hoover for a long time.
Jennifer Bonjean is Hoover's attorney.
He has literally done every single thing a human being could do to show that they have been rehabilitated.
I love you like no other.
This is a guy who should be a spokesperson right here.
Wallace Gator Bradley, a former Gangster Disciple enforcer, has long advocated for Hoover's release.
I have been trying to censor and silence Larry Hoover's voice.
Why has it been important for you to call for his freedom, to call for his release?
Now, could the mayor of Chicago, who, by the way, I saw a clip
Not the mayor, the governor of Illinois.
So that's the only person that could do anything here.
Yes.
Not the mayor.
Correct.
Although, Lummy, I did see if you can find me the mayor. I saw on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, something where the mayor of Chicago was talking at his church this past Sunday, and he went on to say and he pretty much told on himself of kind of a civil rights violation where African Americans are the only people you can trust.
Oh.
And African Americans deserve all the jobs because they got each other's back. And that's why, and he went through like the top 6 or 7 jobs within his administration, and every one of them were African American. And then I think it might have been Jesse Waters or somebody from, but like he just admitted to a civil rights violation, meaning like, he does not trust white people and he only hires black people, but nobody's going to do anything about it. So the mayor of Chicago speaks at his church is what I think it's under.
I've been calling for it since.
Huh?
Was he sitting down?
Yes.
Okay.
92 or 93. I know that he has to.
I mean, since Bubba was on B96 with Julian Jumping Perez, I've been calling for my boy.
I'm happy beyond measure.
I believe in redemption. I also believe that there are some crimes that are so heinous, so breathtakingly evil that the justice system requires that they be punished to the full extent of the law.
And Hoover appeared before the state parole board in 2022 and was denied. Governor J.B. Pritzker has not commented on whether he...
Come on, Pritzker.
No, he ain't doing it.
Pritzker ain't doing it?
No.
Is Pritzker a prick?
No, but he's not gonna release this. This guy's convicted of murder in 73 and learned so much and reformed so much in those 20 years that he was still ordering hits in 93.
He's got a gang to run, man.
It's tough running a gang behind bars.
Not everybody can do it from the outside.
Right. Joe Exotic still might have a path to freedom. We've learned that a potential pardon from President Trump is not off the table, despite the Tiger King getting snubbed in the last round of Trump's clemency rulings when he was in office the first time.
I mean, it's not off the table, but is it on the table, Bubba?
I don't know.
It seems like he's ignored Joe Exotic.
I know that Lummy's in current talks with Joe Exotic's people.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow?
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, tomorrow at 9.
Him and Gene Lasker.
Tomorrow at 9, we'll have Joe Exotic live on the air.
Can we put them in touch with Roger Stone or something to help this guy out? Bubba, maybe you should make a documentary of you trying to get Joe pardoned, and that would be cool too.
We're already backlogged on one doc.
Yeah, we're already backlogged on one doc. We're 4 years.
Yeah, we can't really do any fundraising rounds for this one until the other one comes out.
We daily fundraise to keep the show on the air. Screw Joe Exotic. Let him stay in prison. Fundraising's going right to my bank account, my friend. I got bonuses to pay Seth Kushner.
We should maybe try to hire a boyfriend for Joe Exotic, though. I think since
his boyfriend die?
I know, got deported.
Oh, well, it's okay. The sources with
he left him a print of his
dong,
of his butthole.
Hold on. So Joe Exotic, you know this to be factual?
We'll find out tomorrow.
At 50-50 if it's true or not.
That's certainly first question out of the box. Sorry about your boyfriend getting deported. Is it true he left you a copy? Did he sit on a copier?
No. Well, it looked like he sat on like a stamp pad.
And then and maybe did had a phone down below?
No, like paper.
Oh.
Like he sat, like he probably
like artwork.
Like he put ink,
inked up his ass,
inked up his butt, and then sat on the paper.
Did he ink up the cheeks or just the
inside,
just the BH?
Yeah, the BH.
Let's call that the BH.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now
that's what's been going around. I don't know if that's true or not, but I definitely read that.
Certainly going to ask that question.
I did see pictures of a.
You saw a picture of
I saw the pictures. Yeah.
You saw a picture and you didn't share with us?
I
didn't know that would go right to the top of Daily Prep. Joe Exotic's
balloon knot.
Deported boyfriend leaves lover with a BH pic to remember him by.
I don't know what's real and what's not anymore, Bubba. I don't know if it was true or not. I don't know. So I just put it away as information.
Try to find it.
Yeah.
And let me, not only can we try to find it, but we'll ask Joe about it tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Joe's on at 9:05 tomorrow. And boy, what better timing to have Joe on than now with Trump really throwing out the pardons. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ a pardon for Joe remains a possibility. However, his case was not reviewed during the recent round of presidential pardons. It's unclear why Joe wasn't made a priority this time around, but we're told it's very possible Exotic's case will be reviewed in the very near future. One source put it, some people wonder when the best time for a pardon is. Well, freedom is now. Well, and again, he was really quick on the Chrisleys, but the Chrisleys are, probably a little more refined and a little less
richer,
a little richer than old Joe Exotic. When we return, we got the Tate brothers.
Yes.
They left America. Now, are they facing charges here or just abroad?
Abroad.
And so why couldn't they come here? Because we have extradition
because we don't harbor felons and human traffickers.
Now, is that where they're having to now live and, move is to places that do not recognize extraditions? Now, is it UK? Is it the UK now?
I think this one's the UK, isn't
England?
it?
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, this one is...
Yeah, but Interpol will grab you in international airports before you can get to those countries. We don't have a lot of direct flights to non-extradition countries from America.
Breaking news, Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan have been charged with rape and other offenses in the UK. So where have they been staying, Lummy? And are they still on Rumble? Do they still do a show?
Yeah, they do a show every once in a while. They throw it up there.
I think they were in Romania.
I think they're still in Romania.
Okay, we'll get to that next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
And Julie Chrisley expected to be released from prison after receiving pardons from President
I wish that's what we're
Black money. The black stripes.
Getting a lot.
There's another band that's similar to them. So.
The Keys.
Yeah, the Keys.
But I sent you that I found because a longer one, the Brandon Johnson.
Better than this one I got?
For the mayor, the Chicago mayor?
Oh, no, yeah, I need that one. Yeah, yes, this is it. I want to fucking play this.
So when we say our people hire our people, I just want to, so
I'm going to do that before I get into Tate, okay?
Yeah.
Just to circle back on the deal.
It's up to you,
Diddy.
triggered or upset by sex assaults and violent assaults, etc., then this is definitely an issue. And so I need to give you.
Babyface is eating a Diaco.
Cracker Chris, that's the only way to eat a banana is with direct eye contact.
There I am, 6, 7, 8, 75 months.
Oh, Wayne, too bad, bitch. I ain't going anywhere. You are, though. To hell.
Say it, Brian. Tell him.
I'll tell him.
What's up, White Ice Tea?
I'll tell him like it is. Whoa, my banana broke.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. I caught it. Oh, no!
Oh, man, that banana's too slippery for you, buddy.
Oh, no.
And the floor is probably not the cleanest.
No, he dropped it a couple times.
Oh, I didn't eat it off the floor. Not the cleanest would probably be an understatement. Can a man just eat a banana without being called gay? Jeez Louise. Slicing a banana is gayer than just eating it raw, dog. Sorry it's unsettling, Heather. I didn't mean to turn you on.
What's up, Wizzy?
Hairy banana now. Well, yeah, that banana now has COVID. It's not same as it ever was, though, Slizair, isn't it? Once in a lifetime? I think it's once in a lifetime. You keep saying same as it ever was. It's once in a lifetime. And you may find yourself living in a shotgun shack, and you may find yourself in another part of the world.
B-52s.
No. Talking Heads.
Oh, Talking Heads, David Byrne.
Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was. That's for you, Unsavory, even though you didn't pay for it. I mean, Snizook. Sorry.
He's on. He's on something. Wow. So is this guy on one?
I'm gonna put the Celsius powder in my Celsius.
Yeah, buddy. That's like putting vodka into a White Claw.
All right. There you go.
Thank you, Jay Bowler. I'm sorry, Unsavory.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
813-90 Bubba. Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army shop, BubbaArmyStore.com. The new Fat Man Dunks 3, my third tennis shoe in the Fat Man Dunk series, should be here in 3 weeks. We still have a few bottles of Bubba Army Alpha Volume 24 left. I think she put the straw hats just suddenly flew off the shelves as people are gearing up for summertime. If you work outside, you need a Bubba Army straw hat. She also had, I think she ordered another 100 backpacks and that new soft-sided cooler / lunchbox. All of which should be coming soon. Is this... Hello?
Yeah, it's his day.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
It's Charlie, everybody. Charlie calls once a day, and
it's once and it's a day.
It is, and it's a little bit late in the day for Charlie, but we do allow Charlie to call in once a day. Charlie is bipolar. He might be schizophrenia. He might be schizophrenic, I should say. He might be a lot of different things. Some days he loves the show, and other days he hates the show. Sometimes he loves me and hates Seth. Sometimes he hates us all. You never know. Charlie is a true wild card. I put up with Charlie's nonsense until it irritates me and we say goodbye pleasantly. So go ahead, Charlie.
So earlier, I think his name was Brian, the attorney. He was talking about, he called Lummy. They were trying to discuss things that were going to happen on the show, like prep. They were trying to prep, the show. They're trying to come up with ideas. But before that, I have a quick question for you. If you were, like, let's say at a random store in Florida or wherever you live, and you saw Hulk Hogan, would you leave the store or would you have a conversation with him? That's one of my questions.
I'd approach him.
What would you say to? Okay, that's bizarre. I didn't think you were going to say that. So what would you say to him?
I would say, "Hey Terry, can we talk?"
And if he said, "Listen, fat mushroom boy, you ruined my life. Get away from me," what would you say?
No way he could say that because he made about $65 to $70 million.
It doesn't matter. You ruined his life. You destroyed his life.
You know what? I wish somebody would destroy my life the way I destroyed his.
Really? So you'd rather have money? You'd rather have lots and lots and lots? You'd rather have mountains of money than have peace in your life? Dude, you record this guy having sex with your wife.
I think that he has plenty peace.
Yeah, but he didn't distribute it, dude. He recorded it. Bubba did not ruin his life. Number one. Number two.
Who's talking right now? Is that Brian, the attorney, talking?
It's a gentleman who's much more intelligent and articulate than you, Charlie. So, which would be
Brian,
everybody in this room, with maybe the exception of Lummy.
So, Charlie, one of the things I have a problem with you is that you don't allow people to point and counterpoint your conversation. So, as you throw things out there, when somebody gets involved and starts rebutting potentially what you've said, you need to let them speak. We didn't interrupt you, so allow Brian to speak before asking who it is abruptly, trying to change the course of the conversation. He obviously had something to say. You need to let him say it. If you don't, I'm going to hang up on you. So, Brian, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that, Bubba did not distribute the tape. Bubba did not ruin Hogan's life. To say that Bubba did is false. It's patently false. The tape was stolen. His life would then have been ruined by the people who distributed it and released the tape, not the people that had it.
Who stole the tape?
Spice. Spice ruined his life.
Spice? S-P-I-C? I don't know who Spice is. Who is Spice?
Matt Lloyd, a guy who worked for me. He was on the air as Spice Boy.
We got a documentary coming out in about 6 to 12 months, maybe, that will be right up your alley, Charlie.
We do have a documentary coming out.
Brian, can I talk? I kept my mouth quiet. Can I say
I didn't talk over you, dipshit.
Brian.
I'm sorry.
I had to dump that.
You dumped him.
You're an attorney. You went to law school. You're calling a random idiot a dip S, whatever you're calling me. You're supposed to have
That's not against the Florida.
I don't have to have decor on a radio show, buddy.
I was getting ready to say, Charlie.
And I wasn't talking over you. I didn't interrupt you at all, you moron.
And it's not against the Florida bar to call somebody a dip shiz, okay?
It would be in court I'd get in trouble, but not on a radio show when somebody's being a moron.
Right.
Listen to you talk like a third grader. You have an advanced law degree. You're using the word moron to talk to me. You should have a more useful word.
Charlie, don't call the show and be on offense, then flip over to defense and try to turn it all around.
This guy's worse
us.
than Tampa Terry, man. This guy's a tool.
Wow.
So
listen to me. Okay, can I say something?
Sure. Nobody interrupted you, moron. Charlie
Brian,
Moron is your new name, buddy. You're a moron.
Brian.
You're adult.
Brian, you have early.
You're
Brian,
adult.
You have early.
You're an ignoramus. You're a queef.
You won't let me talk.
Let him talk, Brian.
I will now. Because can I talk? Can I talk? Can I finish? He's like the little flapping head on South Park.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Charlie.
First of all, Bubba. And I don't like calling you.
First of all, it's not first of all. You've already said 3 things, idiot. Come prepared.
He won't let me say anything. He won't let me say anything.
You have nothing to say. That's the difference.
Listen to me. Right. Let me talk, caveman face with no personality. Let me talk. You have absolutely nothing to contribute to this program.
Go ahead.
Okay. Same old shtick, Bubba.
Charlie.
Same
Charlie.
Shtick. Nothing to contribute.
Ask the question, and then I got to let you go.
Okay, I have 1.5 questions. First of all, Bubba, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate you taking my call. I actually do respect you. 1.5 questions. When is the last time you spoke with Howard Stern? And if you had to listen to one podcast, would be Anthony Cumia or Howard Stern in today's day?
Last time I spoke with Howard was during my birthday. My birthday, he sent me a card, and I wrote him back an email. And if I had to listen to a podcast, I'd listen to Joe Rogan.
No, Joe, yeah. But if you had to listen to Anthony Cumia or Howard Stern, which one would it be? If you had to pick one of those,
probably Howard, because I used to work for.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to hang up on you. And by the way, Lemmy, you serve no purpose on this show.
Lemmy? Who's Lemmy?
Yeah, it's me.
Well, Charlie, congratulations, because I have for the longest time, against people's wishes, very, very intellectually, very, very smart people that work for the show that have a lot of stroke have asked me not to continue to put you on, but I continue to put you on just to show people that I'm not adverse to being asked tough questions, because you always ask questions that try to make me feel uncomfortable and catch me in some kind of gotcha moment. But because of your latest little rant and your personal attack on Lummy, and why would you hold me? Why would you hold it against me? What my personal choice of I think Anthony Cumia is a very, 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 very talented person. I know that Anthony does one show a week. I know Howard does 3 or 4. If I was to listen to a podcast, I'd probably listen to Howard because there would be more content to listen to. I would prefer to listen to Joe Rogan. I think he aligns more with what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do. But Charlie, from this point forward, you have now lost your on-air privileges. The minute that I know, if you happen to sneak one by, and Lummy, you usually know it's him or not.
Oh, yeah, it's not too hard.
You will no longer be on the air. You know, because you made an ass out of yourself. He
ran out of steam, Bubba.
You're right.
I mean,
a long time ago. By the way,
he attacked he attacked Lummy last week or this week. He got me. Then he's getting Brian, and he's saying the same thing. And then he's asking you questions that he thinks are, towing the line about Hulk Hogan. There's just there's nothing there.
No, he doesn't bring anything at all to the show.
But just to show people that I'm not about shutting people down. I wanted to keep continuing to have him on, let him control his own destiny, and he finally pushed me far enough when he's befriended me somewhat, and he attacks you guys, and I'm over that. You're right. He targeted you, Seth.
Can I finish?
He targets anybody but me, and then he tries to get the last minute heat on me. Charlie, you're done. We don't need you. We have a successful program, whether I go to phones or not. And quite frankly, it really takes from content that we should be doing anyway, so that we can stay on time with the subject matter that we want to speak about.
Pippi Short Stroker, $20.
Here is the African American mayor of Chicago.
You made a good decision, Bubba. That was a good pardon, or reverse pardon. Good banning.
Yeah.
But could you imagine if the president does that? I've changed my mind. You're back in jail.
If anybody could do it, it's him.
Here's the deal, man. It'd be like if Trump was pardoning you, and you're like, Donald, let me just tell you, if you had you start getting heat with the dude that's giving you the reprieve. Listen, Charlie, everybody hates you. Everybody in my entire building hates you. Most people on chat hate you. We can't get chat, whether it be Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch, locals. Every place that we have a chat aspect, outside of them all hating me, you're the second most hated person in our Bubba universe. I have stuck and I think Seth would agree with me, I have stuck my neck out for you to allow you to continue to be a daily phone caller.
You couldn't see it, but trust me, his neck was sticking out. Lummy laughed at that, Bubba.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, that was an uncomfortable chuckle. Uncomfortable.
Do you think that's witty, Bubba? Do you think it's witty?
No, it's stupid.
Is it stupid? Okay.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I almost laughed, but I caught myself.
Especially when I'm on a my staff monologue.
Yeah, you're right. In this
like I'm on a pro Brian, pro Lummy, pro Macho, pro Seth, pro Dan, pro Jay, pro everybody. Pro everybody. And then numbnuts over here, shovel-faced, has to try to make a joke about it.
Yeah,
that's what frustrates me with him when I'm trying to stick up for my guys, and then he tries to circle back around to make some, I got a fat neck joke.
Do you think that Charlie is right that Brian brings nothing to the show and that he has a third grade vocab?
I think he brings a lot to the show. I think that he just doesn't know when to
bring it.
No, I think he just doesn't have. I don't think that he has any compassion towards me, and it's always shove up my ass. Like it's always his starting point with me is let me break it off on Bubba's ass. He never ever wants to stick up for me.
I did twice already today.
Twice.
Yeah.
2 times. We're 3 hours into the show.
And it's just twice.
And just twice.
I'll find a third.
Come up here and take it out of his orifices, okay?
No.
You broke it off in his orifice. You break it back in.
Charlie, you're done. You're done. You're not going on the air anytime soon. And the only reason you're going to get on the air is if you would happen to bamboozle us, and we will quickly figure out that it's you, and you're done. You are done. I hate you. I've tolerated you up until this point so that the trolls and all the haters can't say, Bubba can't take criticism. Bubba won't take certain phone calls. I'll take them until you've put and listen, you didn't push me too far. You started screwing with Lummy. And prior to that, you started screwing with Seth. And prior to that, today, mostly you had a problem with Brian.
I just like that how easily he was spun off of his pre-scripted thoughts that he was just going to spew off.
And obviously,
the second I got him off, it's just like Tampa Terry. The second because they don't have high intellect, they just have high opinion of themselves. And
it's tough for guys that idolize Bobo to take them seriously.
He is Bobo. He is Bobo.
Here is the mayor of Chicago, and I really, honest to God, I'm not trying to race bait here. I'm not trying to do one thing or another. Maybe white people should stick together, black people should stick together, Hispanic people too. I think that you should have an open mind to everybody, and the best person get the job, in my opinion, especially if you're a mayor and a leader of the second or third largest city in America, Chicago, who, by the way, is in absolute shambles as a city. I think we would all agree that Chicago is not a very healthy city. I think it leads between them and Philadelphia and Detroit, all Democratic led, by the way. I think they lead the country in murders. Every weekend, there are 15 to 25 black on black murders. And so the days of having, Daley and some people that actually can maybe run the city of Chicago in a far less violent, racially divided way, Chicago needs that bad, and they're not going to get it with this type of leadership. And I don't understand how this type of leadership, said openly in public, isn't a problem with some agency.
So when we say our people hire our people, I just want to name this. 2 administrations ago, 70 to 75% of the administration was primarily made up of white and white men. In my administration, 45% of my administration is black, 25% is Latina, 30% is white, 8% is Asian. It is the most diverse administration in the history of Chicago. And here's why I'm naming this.
I don't know if this is what I saw or not.
Because there are some detractors that will push back on me and say, the only thing that the mayor talks about is the hiring of black people. No, what I'm saying is when you hire our people, we always look out for everybody.
Yeah, this is where it picked up, where I saw it, right here.
Else. We are the most generous people on the planet.
Do you know, is there a statistic that shows who the most generous people on the planet are?
I mean, he's stating an opinion, but I haven't heard him say yet that he's only hiring blacks.
Hold on, just hear me out.
I don't know too many cultures that have play cousins. That's how generous we are. We just make somebody a family member, right? This is how we are. And so business and economic neighborhood development, the deputy mayor is a black woman. Department of Planning and Development is a black woman. Infrastructure deputy mayor is a black woman. Chief operations officer is a black man. Budget director is a black woman. Senior advisor is a black man. And I'm laying that out because when you ask how do we ensure that our people get a chance to grow their business, having people in my administration that will look out for the interest of everyone, and everyone means you have to look out for the interests of black folks because that hasn't happened. That's how we ensure long-term sustainable growth, because the BOA construction as a prime, now he has control of all of the subcontractors as well.
In other news,
I don't know. I just found that really.
I don't know, man. To me, you know, he said his administration isn't entirely black. It's what 40% black, 30% white, 25% Latinx. I mean,
the story
Latino.
I saw was that, and then some commentator broke it down and said that didn't he just admit to being civilly, you know, racially unfair or something like that? You know, I think D-Rock 843 is right. It sounds racist as hell to me.
So Chicago's the 28th most deadliest city per capita for murders in America. Buffalo, New York's worse. Montgomery, Alabama's worse. Shreveport, Louisiana's worse. Little Rock, Arkansas's worse. Indianapolis, Indiana's worse. Tuscaloosa, Alabama's worse. Columbus, Georgia's worse. So Chicago gets this rap. All of the murders occur in one very small part of the city.
Let me ask you a question. Could a white mayor say that what that guy just said?
As far as saying that he's got a white person here and a white person there.
White people.
Well, I think he made that point that they had 75%. They may not have publicly said it, but that's what they had.
Talking about how we're the most generous people, us white people are the most generous people in the world, and we need to stick together. And that's why and then I go through a list of all of my, major cabinet positions, and I repeat, white, 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 white. Regardless of what my administration makeup is percentage-wise, to go ahead and go through my, maybe my largest cabinet positions and denote them as being white and denote that white people are the most generous people and we need to stick together I don't think that would fly in today's world. I don't think that flies in today's world.
I mean, has anybody seen The Walking Dead? I mean, when the zombies come, we got to team up here.
Right. It doesn't matter what color that zombie is. I'm blowing his head off.
There's no skin color in the foxhole,
It is the Crown Prosecution Service clarifying, as they put it, the situation regarding Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan, and they say...
Now, let me ask you a question. How did these Tate brothers become so popular, so pop culturally popular? Was it just through podcasting?
Well, he was an MMA guy, I think Andrew Tate was.
Kickboxing.
Kickboxing, was his brother into it too?
I believe so, yeah.
So they were athletes.
And then he started doing a lot of streaming, talking about what the real alpha male is like and what a man should be, and a lot of people consider
women are property, and if they make money off OnlyFans, they need to pay him because they're his property. He's said a lot of questionable things, clearly grifting and appealing to a certain audience.
Confirm that we have authorized charges against Andrew and Tristan.
I mean, much like us. I mean, we're grifting and trying to appeal to a subsect of heathenistic Bubba Army members, right?
I mean,
we're just not raping chicks and things like that.
Yeah.
And we're just very open about it. Hey, send us some money. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. That's how we stay on the air. We're very open and transparent about it.
Well, Brian's saying that they are kind of appealing to the right side of the aisle.
The ultra right,
which Tate for offenses including rape, human trafficking, controlling prostitution, and actual bodily harm against 3 women. These charging decisions follow receipt of a file of evidence from.
Isn't there another country that also has him hemmed up on very similar charges?
I think it was
Romania.
Romania. Now, where do they live? If UK has them charged with rape and Romania has them charged with rape, where can they live? And not have to now, have they had to face the Romanian charges yet?
They're facing trial, so that's why they're in Romania.
All right, so they're facing trial in Romania for similar charges that have now been brought about by the UK.
Yeah.
Bedfordshire police, a European arrest warrant was issued in England in 2024, and as a result, the Romanian courts then ordered the extradition to the UK.
All right, so they're kind of walking us through it. So the Romanian courts then granted UK extradition, whatever it's called,
of Andrew Tate and his brother. However, says the CPS, domestic criminal matters, which the brothers are also facing in Romania, must be settled first. And then
you got to settle Romania first, but if Romania throws the book at you, You may not. Now, see, Brian, let's say that Romania throws the book at you and you got to go to 10 years in prison, but you still got these loose ties in UK of similar charges. Do they send you to UK?
Yeah, they'll send you there.
Shackled up, so because you're a prisoner of the Romanian system?
Yeah, Interpol will transport them to the UK to stand trial there, and then transport them back. I mean, they'll ultimately decide where they serve their sentence. It'll probably be where they're convicted first.
CPS says, we remind everyone that criminal proceedings are active and that the defendants have a right to a fair trial. But confirmation that the CPS has authorized charges against Andrew Tate and his brother. In
order for that to happen, I mean, there had to be some girls that have come forward and laid out what they did to them, correct?
Yeah.
Offenses.
They said three women had come forward with, then that was what the charges were based upon.
That they raped
in the UK, yeah.
Now, what if you just hired a hooker? And this is just straight hiring a hooker.
I don't know, man. I don't know what this. I mean, we can postulate and hypothesize. Are those good enough words? We want.
Very
third grade.
Very good, especially having been, accused of being, a third grader, having a third grade vote.
We can do that all we want here. We'll see. I mean, how can you say they're totally, people in chat, obviously you're fanboys of them. How can you say they're bogus charges? You don't know what the evidence is.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, not you. I'm directing our listeners in chat. They're saying these are bogus charges. Based on what? What research have you done into these, into the facts of this case?
They're trying to quiet the Tate brothers because they tell the truth, Brian.
But here's the deal, Brian. I don't know that anybody can really start really breaking these charges down until we know the charges. So this is just what they were charged with. I don't know that they've made it public, the details about said charges.
About the rape?
On the UK version, I don't know of any particulars yet. I know they've been charged, but is there particulars?
Charged with rape.
I know, but I mean, are there particulars? Sally Doe went to Andrew Tate's hotel.
Rape, assault, causing actually bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for gain. That's the 10 charges against Andrew, 11 charges against his brother, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, who are connected to allegations from one of the women.
Now, is this just potentially, prostitute rough sex? I mean, I'm just saying, now, and I'm not sticking up for, listen, human trafficking is horrible.
Do you remember, Bubba, the video that Andrew Tate posted when we were talking about him, how when he came over here to America and I don't know if he had to go back to Romania or he had to go somewhere, and then his girlfriend at the time went to the cops and was talking about how he was beating her and showed these pictures and showed these text messages. And that's when we kind of joked that he's only been here a certain time and is already being accused of committing crimes.
Yeah.
This is kind of like this kind of thing happens really wherever he goes. So the people that side with him will say that they've never been convicted of anything and that it's just the what's the group called that they say Jay-Z's in?
Illuminati?
Yeah, as they say, it's like the Illuminati and everything that's, trying to bring these guys down. Andrew Tate's the guy that'll walk around going, I'll never kill myself. I'll never kill myself. If I'm dead, it wasn't me. So it's that kind of deal.
But society has kind of flipped the switch with regard to these celebrities that potentially might just hire a prostitute. And if you're in New York and she drives you send car service from New Jersey, now you've crossed state lines, maybe entering in, now you're, and listen, all you wanted to do was $1,000 a night hooker. You did your thing, you gave her money, now she goes back, she finds out that you're a very influential individual, and now it's no longer just a John that paid you X amount of dollars, now it's a rape. And you human trafficked her. I mean, and I'm not sticking up for the Tates or P. Diddy or anybody else like that, but it's like law enforcement now somewhat has turned prostitution into human trafficking. Is there anybody that agrees with me? And not all instances, and I can't even give you a percentage of instances that they do that, but it seems like that's what it's turned into.
But Bubba, so the thing is like, okay, so you see these prostitutes and you think you crossed a bridge, and so you're crossing state lines or whatever it is. But it's also how did these girls come to be? Like, who supplies these women? Where did they come from? Were they kidnapped? Are they working for somebody? Is that somebody then hooked them up with Andrew Tate, and that's what I don't know.
I think what you're saying is are they working for an agency? Did they come on their own free will? Are they being forced to go there because they are being trafficked by some dude that keeps them locked up all day? I think you're right, Seth. It probably determines on where they're coming from and who's managing them, whether it's themselves or it's somebody that's really forcefully making them do that. Right? I mean, showing up on their own accord because they're on some type of sugar baby. I mean, there's all kinds of websites. So
I just don't think all these people that are being convicted of rape and trafficking, I don't think they're just hiring a prostitute. I don't think they're just calling, the back of whatever paper to get somebody. I think it's a little more in depth than that.
Yeah, I think they took all those papers away.
I think they did.
You can't get any. You can't really get a hooker anymore.
It looks like these are from 2012 to 2015 too.
Oh my
so
God!
10 years old.
Oh my Lord! Anyway, when we return, we gotta play our game.
Yeah, we got it.
Because then we got
Mach put this one together today.
Mach put this one together, and the game by Twink Martindale is what? Macho or animal?
No, it's guess the animal noise.
Oh, guess the animal noise.
Yep, you have to guess which animal is making the noise. And on our current game statistics, do you have an overall running 5-2-1.
Bubba 5, Seth 2, Lummy 1?
Yes.
Correct. Lummy's on an 0-for-7 streak here that he hopes to break today. He won the first one ever and has not been able to get back in the winner's circle.
Let's see if I know
and
my
then
animals.
before we leave and say goodbye for the day, we've got to probably the last half of the show. The last 20 or 30 minutes is probably going to be a P. Diddy bonanza because they're asking for mistrials. There's been substantial amount of testimony that's gone down. We haven't really touched on it in a few days, and I think there's some new stuff that has surfaced. So we'll get to that as well. Guess which animal noise?
I think isn't there a possible prize for today, Brian?
Not for today.
No, he doesn't bring
next
prizes
week,
anymore.
we have listeners that put together a game that they're going to be getting to me, and there will be prizes.
I
for
thought
that
you got.
one.
I thought you got mailed some gift
Today's
cards.
just a nice.
But that's not
today's
for,
just
that's
a
not
nice
for this game.
Nice little pat on the back. I'm 5, you're 2, and Lummy's 1. Lummy's below the Mendoza line. He's getting ready to get sent back down to AAA.
Yeah, it's pretty
He's
bad.
batting 195 right now. Seth, you're not much better. You're 220.
Yeah, it's been hard to go home at night with this on my mind.
Twink Martindale, and name that animal sound next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Do you have them? Yeah.
Bro, we all got.
You can't shout out stuff?
No, we don't want shout outs.
We got.
And I don't want anybody else's answer to influence yours.
I got Post-its.
Okay.
I'll give everybody. Do you have any Post-it stuff? I can give you some.
These are better to write on.
I don't have
these
any.
semi-auto glass
Or give us those then.
papers.
Yeah,
You
give
can
us
just
those.
cross them out, and I'll give you these. I'll just give these to Bob. He doesn't need a whole pad.
We have a whole pad.
He doesn't need a whole pad. He can just write on these. And you can use the same paper over again. Just cross it out. and
Just
write
do
another
one,
answer.
and then after it's done, cross it out.
Yeah,
and do
just
number
write big
two.
enough so we can all read it.
Yeah.
I'm good, thank you.
It'll be exciting. It'll be fun. It'll be fresh. Thank you to Mach for putting it together. Am I opening my packages?
Oh yeah, we can do that before you leave today too. We'll do that.
Macho's Critters. Calling Macho.
Destroy all or nothing. What do you hate more, black people or babyface?
Do you want us to put a poll up?
Hi, Kelly Brown.
I see you bitching about both, so I was just wanted to know.
Babyface singing the whole time.
Where?
Oh, you know, between black people or Babyface is singing. Try group your lips. That's what someone asked. That was a question. What do they hate more, Brian singing or black people?
No, he just hates Brian. He starts bitching like on Wednesday, like, Thursday's show is gonna suck.
Oh.
The libtards are probably gonna talk about black people.
No.
He called this Sporkle 2.0.
I love the.
Despite this being like the actual work being put into this.
I would love to know how many of these people that support the Tates and their misogynistic views have daughters or wives or moms that they care about in any way, shape, or form. Or do they view them all as property and lesser than?
All chicks can be hookers except your daughter. I think
gotcha.
it is, yeah.
Gotcha. Everybody else is trash except the people that matter to me.
They're all whores, but your mama.
Yeah, that's a cool take. Funky Cole Medina. Boop, 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 boop.
What up, Troy? Let's just leave Tate McRae alone.
Tate McRae. Yes, Nick. I've just been in a fetal position, rocking and rolling back there since I got owned by Charlie the Moron.
Yeah, I heard you're not even going to work today. Your day is ruined. So.
No, I've got a counseling session.
You do?
Yeah. I'm going to have to heavily medicate myself.
There's PTSD that's involved in those calls, Bubba.
Oh, Bears are going to be over 8.5. Bears are looking at a solid
10-7,
9-8 this year.
That fucking division.
That division's brutal. How would you like to be in the Bucs division, man? Talk about brutal, brutally bad.
Oh man, it's too early to start talking about football.
It's never too early for football. For most of us, basketball season's over.
For most of you, basketball season doesn't even exist.
True.
Sometimes I only feel like the only NBA fan in the world.
Could you be the only NBA fan in the world?
The Bee Gees?
No, Prince. Could you be the most beautiful girl in the world?
Well, that sounds like the Bee Gees.
I started a joke.
Can you do "Staying Alive" in your Prince voice?
Whether your brother, whether your money, staying alive, staying alive. People be freaking everybody should keep staying alive.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Steps Towing, the official tow company of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. 10% off if you mention Bubba Army 2025. Whether it's every NASCAR race, including the NASCAR race they have in Mexico City, or whether it's the Indianapolis 500, it doesn't matter. Steps, absolutely. They are the official towing company of those sanctioning bodies, but they're also the official towing company of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Whether it's a lockout, dead battery, blown out tire, car wreck, in a ditch, it doesn't matter. Need to roll off, move a heavy container. They got everything. 800-330-8651. Tell dispatch, hey, Bubba Army 2025, they'll give you 10% off. Thank you, Todd, for all that you do, my friend. Hello, who's this?
Yo, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, this is Jeff calling from Philly. FC. Hey,
What's up, Full Truck? By the way, the Full Trucker Effect T-shirts I think are in, and those everybody that pre-ordered them, because Lummy, we only did pre-order.
Yes, we did.
They're getting shipped out now, and if we have any extras, we'll put those up on the site. But what can I do for you, Jeff?
Yeah, I ordered one. Also, you were talking about the murder rate in Philly and Chicago, and I was calling to say, our mayor, she may not know how to spell the word Eagles, but she is doing a pretty good job up there in Philly for once in a change. The murder rate's actually going down a little bit. The city's getting cleaned up.
Good.
Which I haven't seen much in my lifetime, so it's a nice change.
Great. Now, if we can get Detroit and Chicago and others to toe the line, and some of these liberal-leaning, if we won't arrest you if the crime is under $1,000. San Francisco, Los Angeles type situations, I think our entire country would be better off.
Yeah, yes, it would.
So appreciate
That's all I wanted to say, man.
Appreciate you out of Philly, my friend. Let me. I don't know that we have a positioning statement for Twink. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the weekly game hosted by Twink Martindale. We don't know what the game's going to be, but nonetheless, it's hosted by Twink Martindale.
John Costica, $100.
What's
Thank
up,
you,
my
John.
friend? Babyface Thursday.
Macho called this Macho's Critters.
Macho's Critters. I have the sound effects. Let me see here.
It should be in number order.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We all have pieces of paper. And I'm assuming that I play the sound effect, and then we all, Seth, myself, and Lummy, write down what we think it is. We then say 1, 2, 3, and we show the cameras. And then Twink Martindale will tell us who's right and who's wrong. I think it's pretty much that simple. Without further ado, are all my contestants ready? Seth Kushner, are you ready?
Let's get it on.
Lummy,
Yes.
who's getting ready to get sent down to the minors.
Yes.
Lummy, you need a W.
Yes, I thought the game was to make you win.
Just to validate that you're not dumb.
I know.
I mean, seriously.
I know.
That's the knock on you.
We're just going to start calling you Lenny. You don't start winning.
Okay, Lummy, here is the very first.
Well, can I host it?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Welcome to Macho's Critters, the game where you have to guess what type of animal is making the sound you're about to hear. There's going to be 7 drops, starting with number 1. Write down what your answer is. Hit number 1. No, that's not Merch Crick.
Wow, are these like normal animals, or we got subspecies? I mean, what?
Are these animals under duress? I mean, it was somebody,
I don't even think Brian's got the answers.
I've got the answers.
Oh,
Have we
boy.
written it down?
Okay, I wrote mine down. Lummy, did you write yours down?
Yes.
All right, Seth, have you written yours down?
I guess. Yeah.
Everybody, show the cameras. I put I put puppy.
Okay.
Lummy, you got to
I got a wolf.
You put wolf.
Yes.
I have dog.
And dog puppy. Yeah. So.
Oh man, can we? For this one, I'm gonna need the type of puppy. This is a very specific.
No, Brian,
dude.
no,
Oh, man.
no, I'm not. You know what? As the
contestant on the show, I'm gonna overrule the host.
As the
golden retriever.
As the host of the show. You can't get into the.
It was a husky puppy.
Okay, well,
but that's not what a golden retriever pup sounds like, or a Shih Tzu pup.
Me and Seth, who both roughed it in, who should be given a point. Neither one of us. I promise you, Seth, I wasn't going to put.
It's
husky.
funny because Lummy's answer was probably actually the closest to the type of animal it was.
Well, Lummy, I mean,
but I'm not going to give it to him.
So
wolf is a dog.
You have to
And
give
I have
it.
dog on my
You
paper.
got to give a point to me and Seth because. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, but you wrote,
Seth, would you? I wouldn't have written husky down, would you?
Bubba, it says I'm unsure of everything today because this is the first Macho Babyface collaboration. So I don't know if these are Macho rules or this is Babyface.
Well, you know what? At
the
the end of the day, they're my rules, and I just had to step in and say a dog or a puppy is close enough. You can't denote what type of, was it?
All right, moving on to drop number 2.
It's a Shih Tzu.
110.
All right. Sound effect number 2. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't just say bird there, okay?
We understand.
Okay.
Oh, it's a type of bird? Oh, damn, I
Jesus.
thought horse. Perfect. Thank you.
Brian, way to blow it. God, Brian, you're just
I think it's Seth is joking that he thought that was a horse.
No jokes here.
You're blowing it, Brian. As a host, you're blowing it.
Well, so I have a contestant who's out of control taking over the show.
No, I'm not.
So
I'm
forgive
actually
Twink
I'm
if he's a little flapped up.
I'm actually the standard and practices of the goddamn network is what I am. Lummy, what
I wrote owl.
I wrote owl.
I wrote down an owl.
You did?
Because Brian said bird. Yeah,
you're all right. It's an owl.
All right.
Thanks for the tip.
You thought that
Brian,
was a horse?
why don't you keep your big mouth shut, Brian?
I will when you start keeping your big mouth shut. Contestant number. You're not even Bubba on this. You're contestant 3.
Okay.
All right.
Contestant 3 happens to own this whole goddamn shooting match.
All right. Let's go to sound number 3. Give me my phone back.
Committed a battery.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I don't know what the hell.
What do we got, fellas?
Seth, you're first.
I said dolphin.
I said hawk.
I said seal.
That is a kitten making its first cry.
Okay, none of us got that.
Look at him, he's all happy.
This isn't my game. This is Mach, but good job, Mach.
All right, number 4.
Let's go with number 4.
Number 4.
What animal?
Man, I mean, it sounds like there could be 10 different animals.
You got to pick the right one.
I don't even know. All right, hold on.
So that the light's too bright on your paper, Seth. No, we can't read anything.
What am I supposed to do
I
about
don't
that?
Pull it back a little. He doesn't help.
All right.
Seth guessed monkey.
All right.
What'd you guess, Lummy?
A baby hawk.
Baby hawk?
I put ferret.
That was a raccoon. You were close, Bubba.
Ooh,
No, it doesn't get you anything. Contestant
are
3.
you sure?
No. Contestant 3 and Friends in the Morning. Number 5. We're moving on to number 5. These are hard, man. I have the answers, and I don't know.
Macho Man, I love you to death, but these are absolutely just beyond hard.
Did you find the hardest ones?
Don't know where he found it.
Oh, boy. Let's see.
Let me see. This would be number 5.
How do you spell pterodactyl?
Okay.
Point for Seth for being funny.
No. All right, ready? Everybody show the cameras. Mine was Seth, are you ready?
Yeah. Just read your answers.
Chick. Mine was chicken.
Chicken.
I got a baby eagle.
Lummy on the board. It's an eagle.
I'm going first.
Good job. I like that you went from hawk to eagle.
Well, the last 5 sounds he's guessed a bird, so I'm glad he finally got
Number
that.
6. Number 6. Sounds like me trying to push out a bowel movement at about 4:30 in the morning.
That's you mad at Vegas Mario for texting you or talking to you while you're pooping.
Okay, 6. Okay. Is everybody written their answers down?
Yeah.
Everybody. Lummy?
A bear.
I say donkey.
Pig.
That is a deer.
Oh.
Jeez.
That is a deer. All right.
So hard.
Question number 7.
This is it. This is the last question. Well, hold on. If the last one was a bear and this one isn't a bear, then what the hell? All right. Number 7. Okay. All right. I got my answer. Seth, you got yours?
Yeah.
Show the camera.
Okay.
Lummy, what do you got?
Tiger.
I got gorilla.
I have bear, and then in parentheses, I have polar.
I don't think it matters if it's a bear. It's a bear.
Okay.
So bear, gorilla, tiger.
The correct answer is wolf.
What?
So here's the tiebreaker. You ready for this?
What's the score, first of all?
The score is 2-2-2.
Okay, so I got 2, Seth got 2, Lummy's got 2.
So this is going to be the closest to the correct answer in miles per hour.
Oh, hell.
The fastest animal in the world is a peregrine falcon. In miles per hour, when it's flight diving, what can its top speed reach?
Got it.
In miles per hour, when a peregrine falcon is flight diving, what is its top speed?
All right, everybody write it down and tell me when you are ready to show the camera. Lummy, are you ready?
Yes.
Seth, are you ready?
Yep.
I'm ready, 250.
197 miles an hour.
62.
Was that intentional?
I don't know.
Damn, Bubba. 242.
Oh my God!
250.
Ain't no Falcon going 200 miles an hour.
Who's the guy that plays for the Dodgers? And
Shohei Ohtani.
I'm Bubba Ohtani. I'm six wins for me, 2 for Seth, 1 for Lummy, and this one went down to a tiebreaker.
Wow.
And
a three-way tie.
And I was within how many miles per hour?
You were within 8 miles per hour. How'd you know that?
I actually think that I was watching something on Wildlife a couple weekends ago, and it showed this hawk, and it gets its wings all tucked in, and it goes like hell down the mountain, and I thought that they said it was 250 miles an hour. I thought.
Peregrine falcons can flight dive at 242 miles per hour. That is nuts.
Hello, it's Bubba. It's faster than an it's faster than an Indy car.
Grouper Lip said I thought it was closest, not going over.
This was not without going over.
Yeah,
I did say closest.
Grouper, come on, Grouper.
I think they were trying to get me a win.
I know.
And they're trying to. You can't get. I mean, come on.
If they can hit 242, I'm sure they can. There's some out there that can hit 250.
Exactly.
I could hit 250 if I was a peregrine falcon.
Who's this? No, I'd be the fat peregrine falcon that'll hit 150. Who's this?
Who thought of this game?
Oh, my God.
Charlie, don't try to get on the air. You're only going to get a few words in. That's it, buddy.
He was about to take a swipe at the one guy he hasn't gone after yet, which is Macho.
Yeah, go after Macho, bitch, and see how that works out for you if he finds out where you live. Let me do words. Let me. We'll be right on time. We'll come back and probably diddy it up for the majority of the program before we say goodbye. And then today, the podcast will be The Blizzard, probably one of the most popular podcasts that we have in our What do we have, like 8 or 9?
How are the numbers looking, Seth? What's the rank for this month?
That's not the question I'm asking. Seth, don't we have like 8 or 9 different podcasts?
I think we counted 10 the other day.
Outside of the show, I mean, you got Monday, you got Clem Kush, you got Pigmentation, you got Blizzard, you got Over the Line, you got Tigbits, you got Kristen and Tuttle, you got, I think, doesn't Colton...
Loner and Stoner.
Loner and Stoner, that's 8.
Grape Ape and Cheapskate.
Grape Ape and Cheapskate, that's 9.
Dark Match Steve.
10 pieces of outside the show content for you to choose from anywhere you get your podcasting, whether it's BubbaArmyHQ.com, whether it's Apple, Google Play, iHeart, Spotify. Just type in The Bubba Army and you'll never ever be wanting to hear. There's exclusive content outside of the show. 10 deep. Today you'll be served with The Blizzard, which is one of the most popular ones we have. Upon return, Lummy, we're gonna probably delve into most of the Diddy stuff that went down the last couple days.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That bitch is mids?
Yeah, she was mid. She got, look at her neck. Look at how long her face is and her nose.
Perfect.
I think you'll have a different opinion when you look at it the right way.
I mean, I like to see her waking up in the morning with no makeup on.
No, you wouldn't.
I agree, Lummy. I tried to give you the point, but contestant 3 refused.
Contestant 3, now see.
Because Lummy should have won with Wolf. Woof.
No, a husky comes
pup
from the dog family.
And what's a wolf?
It's not a dog.
It's canine. So Google, Lummy, is a wolf a dog?
Hey Alexa, is a wolf a dog?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, yes, dogs and wolves are actually the same species. Their physical appearance is similar, but their instincts, disposition, and temperament are widely different. By the way, you have a new notification. Do you want to hear it?
No.
Yes. Ooh, it's a cockpit. Let her describe it.
It is very veiny and long, but not as girthy as you like.
See, more cockpits.
Yeah, she's okay, Bubba.
She's pretty fucking hot.
Are you talking about the lady on the news?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I didn't get a good look at her the first time. She's good.
She's up here every time you come in.
She looks like
Kayla Lockerbie.
She looks like a lot like my wife. So
That's what I'm trying to say.
So I think she's attractive.
Yeah, well, you're a fucking idiot because I was setting you up for a nice one and then you fucking.
Now I'm not going to get any ass tonight.
Take a shit on it.
Because I didn't say
Well,
that
she
the woman
she doesn't listen to the show.
No. She does when she's in the car. She's probably at work already. If Tark died, which one on the show would you get with? Period. Can Bubba call you now and discuss it? So Tara's available.
What's up, the fat pig?
She's ready for your call, Bubs. Come on, be like Diago Law. Take her call.
So since you do free consultations, Brian, does that mean someone could just pretty much call up and just talk to you? Like just as your friend, just for free?
I mean, I'm not suffering fools for, I'll help somebody out with a real problem or question, but if they just want to just call up and mark out, I'm not really looking for that. They can do that during the show.
So no calling up the office marking out?
Yeah, somebody tried to do that a week ago. I didn't call him back.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have time for that.
They just wanted to talk?
He literally just wanted to say hi and talk. But I'm on the show for that. If you want to do that, call in between 6 and 10. You have a pretty big window to catch me. I don't know what else to say. I'm verklempt.
What's his name? Can't call your office.
It's tough being a celebrity, man.
The Blizzard's going to be doing a signing at the Circle K today, from 1 to 3, giving away tickets to whatever's at Bubba's Raceway Park this weekend. Oh yeah, I mean the 7-Eleven on Cypress.
Set you up a table, have the homeless guy be your security guard.
So everybody, wow, a lot of controversy in chat. A lot of people saying that Lummy should have won. A lot of controversy.
Well, great, guys, great. Just go fucking crazy. Cause a fucking problem.
Where did you bring it up?
Dick. We're in the content business, fellas. I don't know why you're yelling at me for just reiterating what's in chat.
No one's paying for your singing. Thank you, John Costica.
John Costica's the best.
Paper Towel Willie, $20.
He's pretty cool too.
Thank you, T-shirt Will.
Cool dude. We didn't go by Price is Right rules. Twink Martindale
Captain Creamsicle, $50.
never hosted Price is Right. Captain Creamsicle.
Thank you, Captain Cream.
Lifestyles of the rich and the famous.
They're always complaining. Always complaining. If money is such a problem, well, they got mansions. Think we should.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Calling my sister.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for Taryn. No one is available to take your call.
Did I call the wrong number?
She just texted me like 2 minutes ago, and I texted her back right during the break.
I don't know if I have the right number down.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail.
Calling the one that ends in 08?
No one is available to take your call.
Oh, I don't think you have your sister's number. Do you need me to text it to you?
I don't know. I got so many different numbers for so many different people.
Hold on, I'll text you.
No, I got it now. Jesus, she had another number that she had. That might have been
her burner.
Her burner. My sister, with a specific question that Brian wanted to know earlier.
No, that wasn't me.
It was Las Vegas
I think
Mario.
it was Las Vegas Mario. It was a
Yes.
stupid question too, by the way. Did you get the acupuncture place, Lemmy? $5?
They usually say that for the hot mic, but sorry.
Hey, it's Bubba, and you're live on the air.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Doesn't even sound like her. What type of processing is she using?
Yeah, are you in a bad cell area? Because you don't sound like yourself.
No, I just stepped outside of my building.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I put both of my earbuds in. I just had one in.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Big time. We had a question from a real good listener, Las Vegas Mario, a real stupid question, but and because I love your husband to death, and I think that you know that I do love your husband. I think you do know that.
Yeah, why? This is okay.
And
this is odd, the way you're setting this up.
Well, the listener's been having an affair with Tarek.
Okay, I'm like, well, yeah, where is this going?
All right, he said if something would happen to Tarek, where Tarek would die unexpectedly and maybe, by the way, scouting Big Gulp 25 for a Tara appearance.
Tell them I said hello. I love them so much.
They're so well loved. They really are.
Them.
So let's say Tarek's out golfing 18 today, takes one to the temple, and we no longer have Tarek. The question was, who would I like my sister to marry within the show?
And then the real question was, who would you want to be married to out of everybody who appears on the show, is associated with the show currently?
So basically we have Lummy, Dan, Jay, Brian, Tuttle, Gene, Seth,
Macho,
and Macho Man.
And 7-Eleven, who you haven't met.
She hasn't met. And so...
I mean, honestly, my answer, no one's going to like it, is I would not get remarried.
No. This isn't an option.
This is make-believe. It's
about laying that D down.
This is make-believe. And also, I've also preferenced by saying this is a game. This is a game. We're just having fun. No disrespect to the significant others of the people that we've mentioned. Ashley.
No, I get it.
Phoebe.
I get it. So what? There were two questions, I believe. Can you repeat them?
Yes. Well, if Tarek took a lick and was no longer available, and you had to date a person on my show of all the people we mentioned.
Well, first you said marry. Now you say date.
Okay. Let's say marry. Let's say marry.
Oh, God.
Now, I can tell you who I picked.
For you. Which is ultimately who you're going to have to go with.
She doesn't have to. I picked.
No, I'm joking.
I picked Lummy or Brian. That's who I picked.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just looking at overall.
But I didn't mean to interrupt you. I also preference by saying she would pick Lummy if she had sold her company and had all the money in the world and just wanted to have fun, and she would pick Brian if she continued to do the daily grind and was still doing business. That's my opinion.
Okay. Well, if it's Mary and we're talking about today, like you said, if he would take a lick today.
Yeah, if he's out there today at noon and they call you and said, listen, your husband died because he took a golf ball to the side of the temple, he's no longer with us.
I'd have to say it's a tie between Brian and Seth.
Oh, really?
Not even up there.
She's a Blizzard fan.
Wow.
I'm a big Blizzard fan. Yeah, because, I'm all about intellect and wit. And then Brian, he's got some cash. And, I'd like to get richer, so,
And then Seth will take your cash and save it.
I'll
for
take
you.
your $5,000 and turn it into $1,200 so quickly. You'd be so turned on.
While you're at work, he's going to be
a good one.
I know your husband collects fine metals and gold and silver bars. You're going to have to get accustomed to your new husband collecting baseball cards. I'm just saying.
Well, that's okay because he's really smart and he could always make money.
Okay.
Always.
Right?
Wouldn't that be cool if you had a rich wife that said, "Listen, honey, I'm going to give you like $5,000 a month to play around with your little card business, and you just make us some money, honey." Wouldn't you just love that, Seth?
Yeah.
Seth just finished in his pants a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was going through a process.
I think Seth has copy you off.
He'll be leaving those boxers under his.
Okay,
his
all right,
podium.
all right, buddy. I got you.
But hold on, Tara.
You and your Eskimo brothers now.
Tara, but hold on, Tara.
First and foremost, no disrespect to either one of their spouses because I love Phoebes. She's amazing, and I love Stephanie. They're both amazing.
I know, but hold on.
Don't apologize for going with your loins.
But hold on. But hold on. Here's where I'm like taken back. Lummy used to be like your guy. Lummy used to be your love.
Lummy is always my guy, boo. But I don't want to raise a baby. I'm just being honest.
Oh, well, Seth's got a baby,
and I got a baby. You picked the only ones who have kids.
Don't force Lummy on her.
Older?
7 and 8.
Oh, wait, I love Lummy, though. I love Lum. I mean, God, now, see, Bubba, now you're like making me feel bad for my choice.
But I thought first because we've had private conversations about how much you adore Lummy, and so I thought that.
I adore him like a brother, though. Like
Macho wants to know if you've seen his delts lately.
Macho wants to know if you've seen his.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. He probably, at the end of the day, would probably supersede everybody.
Are you going to go be a sugar mama?
She could be. That's what she is now.
What do you mean supersede everybody? What is does that mean?
That means that Macho is actually the one.
No, I don't think so.
She's going to be superficial and go with her loins.
I think Macho Man looks good and he's very talented, but I don't think that she knows Macho Man that well. And quite frankly, none of us really know Macho Man that well.
Macho. I like that about him.
I mean, he's very mysterious.
I like that part.
Macho Man, we don't know what. There's a lot of unknown about Macho Man.
I know he likes animal noises after today.
Like that.
He messaged me. He said he couldn't get it tested.
So
is it because Dan's too old for you?
No, she's not a Dan fan.
No,
I know. I'm joking.
No, I love Dan. Whoa, I love Dan. Don't try to get heat with Dan. I absolutely love Dan. But Dan and I we have kind of similar personalities, and he would never want to be with a strong woman. He would never want to be with a career woman. I don't get that vibe from him.
We didn't name Gene Lasker in our picks.
Oh, yeah.
And Craig and Rio want to be in too.
Love you, Tara. Love you, Tara.
Love you, Tara.
I want to correct something. You said I'm a sugar mama. I'm not a sugar mama.
I was kidding.
You know that Tarek had way more money when we were married. When we first got married, I was broke.
He had that Arab money.
I actually,
right.
I'm familiar with his new amount that he's making. And I gotta say,
what's his allowance now?
None. He doesn't. Hold on. He doesn't need an ounce of her. Listen to this. Now, Tara, don't get mad at me.
He never has.
Don't get mad at me. Please don't get mad at me because I'm gonna say something that's a little crass. Tara,
imagine that.
Tara is very, very wealthy. Her company is a big company. It's doing well. She's very wealthy. But Tarek has got this new job, and he's making well over 6 figures. And
is he crushing donuts on OnlyFans?
I don't know what he's doing.
Because that's where the money's
but
at.
He is absolutely killing it. And I mean, like, maybe back in the day, Tarek might stick around, because, he didn't have as good of a job. But this dude could this dude could leave my sister tomorrow and have a line of bitches that want to be with him.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Sounds like you're one of them.
Thanks. First of all, yeah.
No, hold on. Brian, to my credit, did I not preface by saying this was going to be very crass?
Yes.
So I don't want that. But I'm just saying he has taken it to the next level. He is killing it. He's young. He's still in his 30s. He's got a big dong. He's good looking. He absolutely, regardless if it was you or another woman, treats women unbelievable. There's so many great things about him that you probably.
She's married to him. I'm sure she knows.
She probably doesn't have nearly the grip that she used to have now that he's killing it. I'm just saying.
And because he has such a big dong.
That though, our relationship is not. We've never been scorekeeping. It's never been like that. And since you just went on this tirade of how awesome he is, if there are any hoes out there thinking that they're going to run up on him, I will kill them.
She'll cut a bitch. Say it, Tara.
I will kill them.
And she has enough money to hire a defense team like OJ and get off of it.
Kevin Hazlett, man.
Don't even.
Yeah. Kevin Hazlett.
She'll take you on a ferry ride.
Hold on, she's already got $50,000 retainer deposit down for Kevin for when she does kill a bitch.
I will. Let me tell you, I do not play. If anyone tried to roll up on my man, and Tarek's the same way, I would kill a woman. I'm telling you. I catch a charge all day.
Okay. I'm just sorry. I was just.
She is making this very clear.
I was just trying to talk about.
Has this almost happened before, Tara?
Yeah.
No, I'm being silly.
So
no, not that I know of. Honestly, no. Are you kidding?
Do you think he flirts with the cart girls when he goes golfing all day?
No, he doesn't. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, I will. I'll flirt with that bitch all day. He won't. He won't. I've been with him in various situations like that, and he won't. He won't.
How do you flirt, Bubba?
Like, what's up? I'm not gonna tell you
what's up, Shorty.
I will tell you that. I will tell you this. This is probably the funniest thing that's happened in a while. So we just met a couple. Two or 3 weekends ago to celebrate my birthday and Mom's birthday, whatever. We went to that. We went to that place, Briss 33.
Yeah, Brick 33.
Right, and so Tarek and I have such a great relationship that Tarek is such a gentleman. He stopped by the front door, dropped off Mom and Tara, and then parked the car. Happened to park right where I was parked. So Tarek and I walked together to the front door, which is where Mom and Tara and Merch Crick was. And all I could see was my sister's lost so much weight and has gotten in such great shape. She's got a personal trainer. She trains every day at her house at 5:30, and she just looks so good. But her boobs are just absolutely gigantic, enormous.
Oh, my God.
Like the thinner she gets, the bigger her jugs look. And I turn around to Tarek and I go, God, my sister's tees are unbelievable.
You are a weirdo.
He goes, thank you. He goes, I know, but don't talk to her about it because she didn't like talking about it because she feel like she needs to get a reduction. They're so big.
Wow.
So
wow, thanks for that.
I'm just saying.
Is it a compliment to hear your brother tell you that you got nice jugs?
Do you know how amazing your knockers are? You're almost as hot as Mom.
No, but I'm just saying, man. I mean, you had this gray. I can remember like it was nothing. You had this gray jumpsuit on, and you looked phenomenal. And so, like, what? I'm not fretting over her in a sexual way. I'm fretting over my sister, and like I'm a very, very, very. I'm very.
That's half mine.
I'm proud. I'm proud of her. So I told her husband, man, my sister, I didn't even call it your wife. My sister's got the biggest jugs ever. Look at those things.
He's like, and then he said, look down, Bubba. Not at yourself.
God,
I meant
I
at
don't
Merch.
even know
I
what
meant
to
at Merch
say.
Crick. I meant at Merch Crick.
No, he meant.
No, I did not mean at yourself.
No, you meant.
I did not mean.
You meant.
Hand to God. Hand to God.
You meant his wiener.
Yeah, I thought
is
you meant
what
his
you
wiener
meant.
too.
That's what you meant, bitch.
Yeah.
Well, that
so don't
too.
try to get out of it because he is well hung because he tries to rub it on me every Thanksgiving.
We got to be well hung if you're going to titty, you know?
Oh,
Oh,
easy.
You're talking about this on the
I had to
radio.
dump that.
That's the second time today's had to be dumped.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tara,
Wow.
thank you for
It was a
playing.
double dumper day.
Thank you for playing our
I
game.
appreciate it. I am walking into a meeting. I love you guys. Bubba, I miss you. Text me and let me know how you're doing.
All right, I'll talk to you later today, okay?
Okay.
Love
Thanks.
you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. My sister's the coolest.
By
You
the
don't,
way,
you don't
the,
think, honest to God, how many of you guys have sisters?
I do.
I don't.
You do? Seth, I don't think you have
Seth
a sister.
Seth has a sister-in-law.
No, but he has brothers. Let me ask you a question. Are any of your siblings as cool as my sister?
No.
My sister's cool as hell. When I was down on my luck and I needed somebody to co-sign for my truck and give me $3,000, boom.
You just wrote a country song. Down on my luck. Needed a co-signer for my truck, so I call my big-breasted sister.
By the way, the Macho Power Minute is up.
Oh, it is?
I sent it to you.
You did?
It's on all our platforms.
So it's on all our platforms.
Yeah, the Power Minute.
YouTube, Facebook, X,
Twitter,
Twitter, wherever.
Instagram, yeah. TikTok.
And to all the ladies out there today, I hope your husbands look at you the same way Bubba looks at his sister.
But I mean, am I not putting my sister? I mean, did I say one? I didn't say anything disrespectful, or I mean, I love my sister.
No, you just said her jugs are looking big. There's nothing disrespectful about that. Nothing but respect.
I love my sister probably the most of any person I love in the world.
Shout out to Merch Crick.
No, she'd be second.
Yeah.
To your sister?
Merch, yes. I love my because it's
Well,
blood.
your mom too,
Because it's blood.
Yeah, your mom.
It's blood. Merch Crick would be third.
Yeah.
It'd be my mom. Well, you know, my son.
What about Doug?
My dad would be in top 5, but my son.
Merch Crick's down to number 7. What about Lummy?
But my
she's top 10.
But my son would be up there, but he doesn't love me back. So you can't love something that doesn't love you back.
You can.
Well, I love
JD
him.
Vance did it with a couch for a long time.
Those are rumors.
Those were founded.
Biceps. Oh yeah, we start off with alternating dumbbell curls. One side of the
See, this is going to be. See, Seth, you can see where this could be a big thing here. If he picks a different body part every couple weeks, and we do, we're looking for additional content. Lummy, I'm trying to get back into the food review game, but I got Operation K5 going on right now.
Can we get the Macho Man elastic tie-offs for him?
like he's the Ultimate Warrior?
Or didn't Mach used to come out with them too?
Mach came out with them too. Hold on.
up and down, feel that pump. Make sure you twist your wrist out at the very top of the contraction to get that bicep peak. Yeah.
By the way, this is called the Macho Minute, and Macho will every couple weeks pick a different body part and give you 2 or 3 different exercises on how to do it correctly. Look at that back.
Jesus.
God dang, look at that back. Look at that back.
All right, we see the damn back.
Gorilla.
Next, we do easy bar curls. You can do this with cable easy bar, or you can do it the old-fashioned way with this. Make sure you squeeze and hold up top. Get that contraction. Get that pump.
Do you know how many?
This is horny.
This is going to go number 1 with gay men.
Gay men and women
And
are
women.
going to. Gay men and women are. This is going to be like the best ever.
Here's alternating hammer curls. Make sure you keep that wrist straight and feel that pump and contraction in the top. Always squeeze that bicep. Make it pop.
Oh, yeah. By the way, for those scoring at home and don't know anything about the show, this is our engineer. This guy is our engineer.
The ladies are going nuts in chat.
Oh yeah, are they
I
really
mean, nuts? Yeah.
What are they saying?
Where can I find this video? Mach
Like to get the rope
parts.
out.
I mean,
Here we go.
And do some upright rope pulls. Make
Heather
sure you
Wiz
turn
isn't
those
even
wrists.
able
Heather
to
Wiz is probably
She can't even type because she's busy.
because her keyboard's so
She's busy.
squirted wet.
Oh my.
Well, I
That's
was
the top. No cheating here, mother. Nice and slow. It's not about the weight. It's about the contraction. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those will get you some guns. Next up,
Look at that.
I think we'll do some shoulders. Welcome to the Macho Minute.
There you go. Next up is shoulders.
Oh, yeah. We start off with alternate.
That is so great, Lummy. It's on all platforms.
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Go look for the Macho Minute. The Blizzard is next with Seth and Brian. It'll be available. Oh, Seth, do you usually put it up same day, or do you valve it off and make a person wait? What is your intention?
Same day service, like a dry cleaning, baby.
So later today, probably by 1.
Well, no, we're live on YouTube. If you're a subscriber, you can join in and watch it visually as well.
Yeah, if you're a subscriber on YouTube, watch it live as it happens.
It'll be up by 11:30.
Otherwise, by 11:30 or noon, Spotify, iHeart, Google Play, Bubba Army HQ, you name it, we got it. It's coming up next. Have a great day. Appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.